Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the second day of the playoffs of the WoT7 tournament. I'm Keyhand, I'm being joined here by Insane, by the way. And yeah, first of all, let's take a look at the drops for today. You should probably F5 your Twitch page right now, just so you can be sure to be able to claim them. Yesterday we already had the campaign for the large repair kits, the decals, and today this campaign is being joined by the Day of Premium campaign, so be sure to claim those. And that being out of the way, let's take a look at what we can expect today. Insane, I believe we have some quite interesting matches lined up for the two of us.
Yeah, like we said yesterday, we have possibly the four best teams left in the tournament, the four teams that were in the winner bracket, that were top two of their groups in the group stage. We are gonna start with Fame against Tropical, two teams that have a lot of potential, but yesterday they didn't shine in the winners bracket. They lost their match each. They're gonna face each other in a BO5 to stay alive in this tournament. After that, we're gonna have CSA against Inville. I guess that Inville is by far the favorite, but CSA, they were proving themselves really strong against Fame and really solid, so Inville is going to have to play really well also to take this.
Also keep in mind, I believe CSA took down either Invil or Pozdro, one of the Polish teams in the group stage already.
It was Inville.
It was Invil, yeah. It was a remontada, basically. They were down 2-0 and they won in the tiebreaker 3-2. So yeah, stuff to keep in mind. Other than that, as you mentioned, basically the top two teams out of each group still remaining. The third team of each being eliminated, Raid and Postro yesterday. And that being said, yeah, match 5, so basically our first match of the day is going to be Fame against Tropical. It's going to be an interesting one. You can see the lineups here, the two international teams fighting it out. Obviously Fame now under the captain Kaizu, but basically everyone giving input. And for Tropical, I guess Vervi, Call Me Piotr and Smiley are going to be the ones mainly leading.
Yeah, exactly. As you could see, those two lineups, a lot of very famous players. You know them especially in the 15v15 tournaments, but they have been proving that they played pretty consistent and pretty well in the past WoT7 tournaments. So I guess they're going to be fully prepared for that first match, and that's going to be interesting show up.
Yes, so without further ado, let's hand over to our wonderful casting duo, being namely Ducky and Mojo. Take it away.
Yes, Kihan, thank you very, very much for that introduction there. Mojo, indeed, the four best teams coming from the winners bracket, and two of them went down to the lower bracket, but they're again moving on, and we lost the two teams, and we're already in the lower bracket. So the best possible four teams are going to duke it out. We saw indeed not the greatest performance from Fame and Tropical in some rounds, Mojo.
Yeah, it was not like really presentable all the time. Also, I must say, like the teams that were in lower bracket, like Raid and Pozdropočević, also didn't do well on their first match. I mean, and only match they played. Maybe it was because the other guys, although they lost the previous matches, still were warmed up and they, had some kind of synergy and some ideas how to improve their gameplay. While these guys just came to the matches, or it's just lack of experience, but it didn't look that well for them. Today is a day where all of the teams had time to think over what mistakes they've done, what they did well, what they need to change because they maybe shown too much yesterday. And I believe you're going to see completely different and new gameplays with some mind plays into the effect if they recycle old picks from yesterday.
Yeah, if we see old maps from yesterday, indeed. Mojo now obviously in the lower bracket, we still have best of 5 to keep into mind, so the first 3. The maps are going to be very important as well, Mojo, as you said already, if there's going to be the similar ones from yesterday. We didn't see Prokhorovka and we didn't see Cliff.
Yeah, I'm amazed that we haven't seen Cliff, but Insane's been telling me that it's really biased for defenders in this two-map format, so I'll have to believe him. He's the most experienced in that subject at the moment here, and it's a map I really like to see anyway, so I'm really hoping for it sooner or later, but not in this match. We can see the map and picks and bans, Ghost Town and Tundra being picked to be played by these two teams because it's, as Ducky said, best of 5, being the lower bracket. I can't say I'm super thrilled about the map pick because these two maps are I would say a lot of undiscovered ground lies within them, especially in Tundra. In Tundra, we've seen a lot of, how should I say, questionable movements, hesitation, and some quirky rotations from the teams. On Ghost Town, even worse, confusion, although the map is kind of similar to the previous iteration, which you could watch on Gold League. So there is a lot to be explored, but some of the crossfires remain and they are permanent. And we need to see what these teams actually explored. Like, do they know some new timings that we are not aware of now? Can they show us something new, or is it going to be some of the blind plays we've seen yesterday?
Yeah, can any of the teams surprise on this map? I mean, especially Tundra. Ghost Town maybe kind of favoring itself towards, say, 1-1, but Tundra might be the map where either of these two teams can make the difference. I mean, we saw Fame play it. It was kind of a free-for-all at certain points where everybody grouped up on the tree line and decided this is where we're going to fight with the whole team. Because why not?
I was thinking, when we were, we need to do predictions before the games as casters. And I was like, Fame versus these guys, in my eyes, it should be a really close match. Fame has abundant experience, but at the moment, they might be lacking that biggest strategical lead. So they're a lot relied about on their own reflexes. Yeah, you're the only one who voted for them. And overall, I think they have better player experience because they have most of the guys who used to play 7-on-7 format a lot, and those reflexes might kick in crucial situations. But on the other hand, I've seen some really interesting moves and tactics from Tropical, so that's why I went so close.
Today is my day for predictions. I'm feeling it,
especially
because I'm the only one that doesn't predict for Fame. I like how I called Kihan the traitor yesterday for predicting against Fame, and then today I decided today is my day. You know what? I think they're gonna lose.
I think I hit who won the matches yesterday all the time, but never the result, the proper result.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe we would have gotten the Fame against Raid match correctly, because I think we all predicted 3-1 if Raid actually picked up that first round, as they should.
Yeah, but anyways, the match will soon start. We will be watching Fame on attacking side of this, which is, I would say, more important role at the moment. All of the guys are doing decent on defense of Ghost Town, since you can create really good crossfires there. We've seen yesterday when Fame was defending, as example, in one game, the first E100 who pushed in the match was deleted in, I don't know, one salvo. He was from top HP to 10 HP.
He didn't even fire.
He didn't even fire a shell, poor guy. So I'm looking forward to see actually what Fame has prepared in attack here more than what other guys have in defense.
Lineups though coming out for the side of Fame. We have the triple 113, the double 50D, and the double Escom. No E100s for Tropical, an IS4, 5 Escoms, and a CS.
That's very interesting. CS that can do the flanking in defense immediately. IS4 for some anchor and bunch of cooldown tanks. They want to play very centered and close with that, I guess, because they don't have a single clipper. They cannot really afford to spread out much against the 50Bs. On the other hand, Fame, such an aggressive lineup, man, like Bs and 113s. They will go straight for one of the caps and probably the center one, I guess. But how will they approach? Let's see.
Ooh, they're going straight in and straight into the guns as well from the side of Tropical. There's a triple Escong there. Fame is going to have to do some amazing focus fire to make this work in return. They're taking a lot of damage as well, but they are a 7-man ball of death right now as the Tropical tanks are now scrambling to try and get around every corner and nook and cranny that's possible. They lose Perfuse, they lose Right Shock. This double 50B so far paying off for the side of Fame here, but they cannot stop. They cannot hold here. They are otherwise going to get caught in between another crossfire. Realizing this, they're continuing on. Even Nylon a one-shot, and now you can see the Fame push slowly starting to get maybe halted here by the side of Tropical.
They really need to delete Itox here so they can move on with the rest of the tanks. They're gonna probably sacrifice Dragos, probably, let's say, he's already a dead man walking, and Itox is still alive in his IS4. That's very crucial for Tropical. So far, similar HP, but Fame does have those 250Bs, and they are on a triple cap at the moment. Well, some of them are leaving, so they can clip on Hacker and so on. So let's see what will be the second wave of this attack.
Oh, the question is, Hacker, did he overextend here or not? Alien does not connect his shot onto Warzone, but Fairly there having free pickings in the 50B. Yes, the HP is even more, but number of guns is also an important factor. Fame has 3, Tropical has 4.
Yeah, this is a big difference, but still, the bees. We still have both bees alive. This is a big advantage on this kind of conflict, because only guy with so much HP at the moment is Vervi with 2.7 on his Super Conk, and Panuka on his CS 63. Yeah, Vervi is far away. He needs to close in if they want to do anything about it, which he is doing right now. So Smiley and him need to take the brunt of this damage. Ilian is already lurking and trying to do something about Itox, but Panuka, if he doesn't come on time, oh, this is gonna be bloody. This is gonna be bloody.
Ilian here against Itox and Rishek. Does he get set on fire? It looked like it there for a second, but it doesn't seem to be that way. He picks up Itox in the IS-4. Panu not hitting the timing. They're now Fairly pushing forwards on towards Smiley. They're not halting here, but Fury, if he gets the roll, he's going to kill Fairly. No, the low roll. But Smiley follows up in quick succession to pick him up. Ilian now does not connect to shot on towards Smiley. That's disastrous, as now Rishek is on fire this time around. Guess I'm able to predict the future altogether, as now Panu and Vuri are going to have an easy pickings on Ilian as the last tank standing to the side of Fame, and it's going to be Tropical to start off this best of 5 by picking up their defensive round on the side of Ghost Town.
Well, as I said, like, I thought this was a more important round because, like, now Tropical picking their defense, which should be a standard. In this case, we need to see will Fame be able to respond in regard. Losing entire map in best of 5, you don't have to be like a neurosurgeon to guess that you will be in a deep trouble, because you would be already on a match point of a loss. So Fame, okay, they tried something. They tried the YOLO swag with 7 guys to overmatch the guys from Tropical. At the start, they managed to do some damage on Conks, but...
They killed 2 Conquerors, but then they continued when the 50 Bs were on reload.
Yeah, but the Tropical guys actually retracted well, and I have a feeling that Fame should have taken a turn left or right in a group with everyone to actually make sure that that IS-4 is dead. And they backed off with some guys. Some guys went here, some guys went on cap.
What about if they just stopped, Mojo? What if they stopped after killing... I think they killed Profuse and White Rock.
If they stopped on high ground, that would be fine. They would lose maximum 1 tank, and I think they would be okay. I think they would be way better.
I think they would lose Kaizu no matter what, but I don't think Nile would die, for example. So then they would have taken... And I don't... Dragos, I think, also died. Darren Shokish also died.
Yeah, I don't like the way Dragos, as example, died. In his Super Conqueror, flanking IS-4, getting shot from 3 sides. I think that's really, really bad. Like, Super Conk is kind of the tank which has a really high DPM, but it's not very mobile, and you should by far always use the advantages of a tank, like keeping it in upper position above the people, right? So I don't like the fact that he actually had to push down based on team order or whatever, and because that's one-way street for him. He cannot leave anymore unless everyone is dead around. He is dead himself, which was proven the second later, because as soon as he turned around the corner to confront the IS-4, he was shot by everyone from the Tropical team. So that's like a classic bait on Ghost Town from all the times. Yes, you can kill the first anchors, but if you don't put a foot down, as Ducky said, or you actually don't continue in a really good wave of damage, you are just getting decimated yourself.
Yeah, maybe there is where they're lacking that really clear-cut communication, one style of leader that makes the final decision, because if they stop after what they got, which was double S-Conk, they would have traded... the IS-4 would be healthy, but they would have 1 extra gun, and they would actually be able to play around that. But then they continued, there were skirmishes on the left, there were skirmishes on the right, there wasn't really a unified target that they went for.
It's not just 1 extra gun, you know, it's double 50 Bs. It's in this kind of game when you're attacking in waves, it's a huge advantage because those 2 can delete 1 tank on their own, right?
Yeah, well, now Fame transitioning onto the defense, Tropical going on the attack. It's obviously very important that Fame picks up this next round in a best of 5.
Well, if they want to stay in this game, to be honest, they need to pick this up. If they don't, there is a high chance they're out of the game. Because on Tundra, it's going to be a lot of RNG required and skill to win both games. So let's see, and what actually can they bring into this game, and what can actually Tropical bring into this game today. because we've seen them yesterday a bit play Ghost Town, and it didn't really look well against Invil. I mean, they were so confused, and their attack was a bit dubious, and they completely changed it today. Like double IS-4, IS-7, triple S-Conk, and then CES. It's much more conservative setup than what they played yesterday.
Fame though, again, with that Bacha, that Leo.
That's the same setup as far as I see.
Looks like the same setup from last time around. If they're going to play the same, it's going to be a question. It doesn't look like it, because you can already see the Bat and the Leo are playing 1-2 line now, which last time around, Dragos played on A3, and Rishek did play 1-2 line, but the Leo being there is an interesting change.
Yeah, like yesterday also when they played Ghost Town, let us remind ourselves, like they were facing Raid, and Raid literally had a really YOLO-ish setup, and Fame just prepared for that. Like this is different. This is a more all-around careful setup that Tropical has. Look at this IS-7 actually going together with Panuka all the way around to get this cooldown. If you remember, Tropical yesterday had also IS-7 flanking around, which actually costed them the game at the end, although he did so much damage. So we will see what will happen now. IS-7 in upper position can really be a pain in the ass.
Rishek though, Rishek down towards a one-shot already. Can Panu pick it up? He zooms it in, he picks it up. Fame down. Y1 gun already from the beginning of the game.
That's a massive loss, actually. That's their main flanking tank. That's a guy who is supposed to control the CS, whatever CS does. I mean, Leopard is a brilliant sniper and a fast tank, but it should not be his job. His job should be to anchor his team, to create the crossfires and pen the heavy tanks, you know, not to chase mediums around. That's a Bacha's job. So now they're losing that really important weapon. That's like losing a light in a game. That's not what you want to open your game with. And Tropical can now more easily close into them. You can see already Leopard is like in that cooldown, while Tropical are closing into the Fame tanks, who need to bolster their forces now and come closer.
I mean, Leo is having a good time right now at the very least. Dragos already putting a few shells in together with Elian. He needs to be careful though, because there's going to be an IS-7 maybe pushing on towards him, because Smiley got boosted by Panu on towards the K-line, and now Elian readjusting. Shokish is covering Dragos though, so in that regard, Dragos does have a decent amount of cover. There's that IS-7 that I was talking about, though. Smiley pushing up on towards H1, trying to push the Fame tanks back into maybe less favorable positions.
Definitely, they want to pressure, so the Fame has to go back, and we can see that's already happening. Leopard is retracting behind the S-Conk. I don't think like I7 really wants to attack him, you know, to shoot him and stuff, because for that he would have to overpick a lot. He just wants to be able to see them, to deny them the position, so he cannot shoot the heavies in the city.
Now, do they keep Shokish and Dragos there together? Those two tanks?
Well, frankly, if Dragos stays alone, IS-7 can push him, I guess. You know, like, he can sneak up and push him, and that would be bad. But what do you do with this Super Conk now? To be honest, like, can you even cross the field without losing him like Rishek?
You go fight, you go kill the IS-7. Easy. Oh, but the CS sneaking in zero line is going to be bad here for Faili and Elian, though. I don't think they suspect this, and they don't have a bat to cover them either. They are spotted out now. That's Panu from the zero line. Faili should be aware of this possibility. And yeah, that eliminates another avenue of attack or defense from the side of Fame.
There we go. Profus is taking this sneaky position. We saw T100 farming tanks from there yesterday, but that's a different story because you can shoot the cap there, not really the defenders. So what he wants probably is to negate the lower positions. Like Tropical is doing really, let's say, like academical approach on this, man. They're like spreading their forces a lot, counting that Fame actually does not have fast enough tanks to push them anywhere.
I was a little worried there for Profuse. Dropping off from that can actually cost you your life, so... I mean, Smiley is alone now in the I-7. I just don't like how Fame is down a gun and still has two overwatching the position in H1.
Yeah, Fame is now gathering their forces toward the upper left quadrant of the minimap. Nile is the one spotting. Are they trying to enter the cap?
Isn't Nile in trouble from the left?
Yes, soon he will be, I believe, but other guys are watching that currently. But how long will that last? I don't know. Like Elian will not be able to watch this for a long time. There we go. There is a pressure now. There is a pressure. Verve is taking the shells from the Leopard and Superconk, paying 2 for the entrance fee, paying 3 now From the
4?
frontal angle, 4. Okay, not bad for
Look
Fame.
at
Like, good
position,
connections.
though. Look at Profus's position, though. It's going to completely counter on Nile now from the E7 position. Or at least he should. You can see him there in that S-Kunk. I mean, Elin is watching him, but I think he gets free pickings now on towards Nile. Nile is in a little bit of a tough situation here in that E100, right? Because he has an I7 on one side, he has an I4 on the other side, and an S-Kunk on the left. He's trying to survive because Fame is now making a repush. Look at 1-2 line.
He is stuck. Like, Fame needs to do something really fast because they cannot go directly to the cap, I think. Oh my god, they actually chose to do that. It's gonna be painful. Like, Kaizu is gonna pay a big price here because there is a couple of guys who can shoot him. He's losing half of the HP, but he's trying to save Nile on 700 HP. I don't know, was it worth it because it was only a reset and one shot of damage, but payment is dear. 2000 HP advantage for Tropical at the moment, plus the cap pressure.
Yeah, and the cap pressure is on. Alien is now forced around the corner. Itox gets a good connection on towards him. And yes, the Leo and the S-Kunk are firing away. And now they're starting to join the fight. Shokash and Dragosh, they have killed the I7 hacker here. Wants to peek on towards Nile. He does get a connection in return, but the cost, he needs to be careful. There's still a VZ, there's still an S-Kunk overlooking this. He cannot just do this for free. At least he shouldn't be able to, but he does. He does just get that back peak for free altogether on towards the tank of Nile. And now Kaizu is not in a much better situation himself in that VZ. Elin gets picked up in the meantime in his Super Conqueror there. And now Dragosh at the Leo, not really the best tank to repush with.
No, like, Fame is actually in the deep trouble here now. Philly is alone on other side of the map with his B. He will be fighting Profus plus one guy. Here, everyone from Fame actually here is fighting for their life with minimum support from their teammates. There is nothing they can do. The Tropical did really good approach on them. They mastered most of the map, starting with killing Rishek and grinding Fame down to the what's left now, Shokish and Kaizu on 50 HP.
Yeah, this Rishek play, I don't understand though what he was doing there in his bat. There's different positions where you can actually spot the K-line crossing from. He decided to go up onto K4. Didn't wait for D-spell and tried to run down the 2-3 line when there was like 5 tanks sitting on the H line waiting for him.
Well,
but it is Tropical on match point, Mojo. This is not really their greatest strength, let's say. Let's see if they can actually close it out. This Tropical picked up this second round of Ghost Town, and now they are against their biggest opponent, the one that they don't overcome in almost any situation. Match point, yeah, themselves.
We will see, man. Like, people learn over the tournaments, so this is not the first one they've been at.
It's also not the first one where they've lost a match point.
Yes.
That would make sense if it was once, Mojo.
We've seen that. Actually, on previous tournament that happened, as far as I remember, they had a 3-1 lead.
Mojo, WoT7? It happened? In the tournament, not this clan rivals, but the one before, they were 2-0 up against Invil in the lower bracket. They lost 3-2. And then in the last tournament, they were up 3-0 and lost 4-3. So, I really like how they approached this time. Shokish did a lot of damage with his Conk, so did Dragosh with his Leo, but that's pretty much the only damage they've done while the guys were approaching and fighting. The team damage, when it mattered, was actually all dispersed between the guys from the Tropical. And they did a really amazing job how they took map away piece by piece from Fame. Yeah, mainly also, Mojo, I have to say, like, Tropical was allowed to take the map back step by step, right?
Yeah.
And they also denied Fame an avenue of approach through the northern side of the map when they were rotating. And that's mainly because the Batchat died, actually. So they were forced to keep the Leo and the S-Kunk overwatching 1-2 line, where they would maybe have the Batchat rotating all the way to 9-0 line and be able to outspot Pano.
Yeah, that's what we said, like, in the start. Batchat dying is a major problem because he's the guy who's supposed to deal with that CS63 and to spot their possible rotations, to harass them, to make big problems for them. You're from the start playing 6-on-7 for no big reason whatsoever. On other hand, we must say that Tropical did decent moves on the start. They pushed I7 to the hill by CS. So they immediately took that high ground. I don't think like Fame expected that. The Batchat was too deep in a bush down there. And he was caught completely unprepared. They did a couple of shots while they were climbing, so I don't know why he still lingered there. That must be his personal mistake. I don't see any other way, because they were shooting the guys crossing, and that should have been his cue to get the fuck out from that area, man. Seriously.
He should have gotten out of that area indeed, but it is what it is now. It's match point for Fame. Tundra coming in next. I still think Tundra is a defensive biased map, so Fame is going to have to beat the ults there, at least in my opinion, to get through to a tiebreaker, which obviously Tropical has guaranteed already. And I would like to remind everybody of the predictions. Only one man in this whole squadron here really voting for Tropical.
Repeat. Roger. The Killzer is the only one who did it.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you gotta know when to cut your losses and predict on the winning horse, Mojo.
Yeah, especially when you call other people traitors the day before, right?
You know, things change, people change, opinions change, Mojo. Change is a...
Things happen in yesterday's yesterday, right?
Change is a very important aspect of everybody's life. If you're not changing, are you really upgrading? So, you know.
Well, we will see, like, what will the guys from Fame bring to us. After losing 2-0, are they big enough to stay cool in their heads and just, like, play this map? Also, the thing not really going for them or for the Tropical, this map is first time on tournament, so not a great experience. A lot to be explored here. Anyways, Fame playing 3 Super Kongs, 1 E5, 1 VZ, 1 Kran, and a Bachat. Overall, really decent setup that can do some counter pushes and a good cooldown hold. On other hand, Tropical playing again with i7 to push him forward. 1 CS, bunch of E5s as far as I can see, and 2 Kongs.
Yeah, they have 3
Interesting
E5s.
choice.
They have 3 E5s, Mojo.
Like yesterday, we've seen E5 do around 4,000 damage, I believe, in defense. So we will see how will the E5s be used this time around. They're pressuring toward the 1 cap straight from the bat. Prufus falling down to get a different kind of cooldown. So he's gonna play a dual cooldown with Itox here on the lanes, taking some initial damage by Shoku, good shell by Shoku. But if you look at these E5s, they're doing exactly what Insane was saying yesterday. If you wanna push from the start, push from the bloody start of the map already. i7 and 3 E5s going for the A line.
Yeah, and there's nobody on E3 though. So they don't have anybody there to actually pick off. Alien is now readjusting together with Nile into a position for Overwatch. But do these tanks stop here? Do they continue? Smiley is going to be leading the charge. It doesn't seem like they're just about to stop.
Yeah, they should be going and starting to shoot maybe Shokish in the side if they can get an angle. And no, he is deep down below, but the guys from up will be angling against that. This is uncharted territory for them. They can just see Nile now here. They even don't know that Ilya is there, but do these 2 guys have enough backup from the other guys? Nile is already losing half HP.
But look at it though, Tropical is kind of split because Hacker wasn't there just yet. Now the E5s are starting to group with the 3 of them. Elin trying to shield his buddy Nile, but it's still an overmatch here for the side of Tropical. In the meantime, Fame taking their overmatch on towards the S-Kongs. Profuse already down. Itox soon to follow. Nile doing what he can. Elin trying to pick up Burry at the very least, and the HP is looking good for Fame here. Even number of the guns is going to be even if Elin is able to pick up Burry as he does. And now the push continues. 5 Fame tanks, but only the CS overwatching from the hill. That's a lot of HP on that CS as well, and they think Fame realized that at this point maybe they should continue forward, but need to be careful. Pano could be a thorn in the side here. Feely gets 1, gets 2 on towards the i7 from Smiley. Those are big connections. Those are good connections. And now Kaiser in the meantime pushing forward as well. HP slightly in the favor of Fame. Guns as well. And in the meantime, we have a bot shot climbing towards the hill though. Rishek there is going to be taking that one. Shokish and Dragosh here in a Kran and an Eskol. Getting shot a little bit from behind. Can Dragosh make the connections? Hacker's going to pick up Dragosh before he gets to clip out on Smiley. And now the HP, it's swinging again, Mojo. It's swinging in the favor of Tropical.
Yeah, it's a big problem. That CS, as you said, was really Thor in their back because he was sniping them all the time. That's why Hacker even survived so long. Also, the battle on the lower part, which you would expect to finish long ago, didn't still end. Whiterock is still alive. Kaizo and him are more or less the same HP. Rishek is on 500 HP and he's still not done with the CS. What's going on that hill, man?
Rishek does pick up Panu, but in the meantime, Kaiser is completely fluffing this 1v1. This is not what you expect from a 5k W8 player, as he just completely loses the 1v1 against Whiterock altogether. Whiterock getting absolutely the better of him there. Now Feely, who tried to come and help, seems to be in trouble as well, as he's getting chased down by the E5s. Rishek still remains on reload and out of the fight by a while. Feely's damage, gets a damaged engine there. And you could say the biggest issue there from Fame is Kaizu losing the 1v1 and losing it hard.
I don't know even if it what is that, like, because I saw a situation was 2-on-1 there. I expected White Rock to be dead long ago there, but it never happened. I mean, in this end showdown, like when Fames had such an amazing and huge advantage, I would say tactically, they just dispersed all over the place and lost. Sending Risheng to deal with CS, okay, I guess, but why just not disregard the guy and throw all 5 guys to just deal with all the heavies? Everyone, like Clipper coming from the second line, clipping one of the heavies, you throw everyone's HP and then you just leave that one stranded CS away. Like this, nothing happened. Hill was won at what cost? You have like one Butshot on 100 HP who has to deal against 2 heavies.
But I want to point out that guys who had, I think, a 4-shot lead. No, he was like over 1,500 HP. So he was 4 shots against a possible 2-shot, and he made 0, not 1 connection on towards White Rock.
It's really sad, man. That should have never happened. Also, like, even when they were fighting even on even HP, let's say, I would expect at least 1 penetration there, but it never came. But anyways, you reap what you sow. Fame is now from the position where they could have come back in a match. Now they're like 108 HP away from being disqualified from the tournament. On not really nice way. Well, deleted, disqualified, whatever you want to say, however you want to call it.
Yeah, Hacker now positioning into the cap. Rishek doesn't know, obviously, which one of the 2 tanks is capping. It would make sense, obviously, for the high reach speed to cap. Technically speaking, Rishek could kill both of these guys in 1 clip.
Technically, Hero can be a superhero. Rishek can be a superhero. We will see, does he have such superpowers, laser sight to predict exactly where they are with the animal reflexes and super duper RNG and aim. 1 minute and 24 seconds. Like, I believe he will be happy if he manages to do 1 reset and like fluff away into obscurity, but we will see. From this angle, that's simply not going to happen. And there we go. Like even the 1-shot guy comes in the cap now. This is a pure bait. He's going to serve as a shield even if needed for the higher HP guy so he can close in the game.
They're not watching this angle right now though. Right now they are not watching.
I would literally expect them to be S to S, not this.
Rishek is maybe in a... he might be in a possibility here to actually get a reset.
Shark attack.
I don't know if he has a gun depression from here though.
Well, he will have to lean entire Bacha downwards, but if he does it well and they don't see him on time, it's actually very feasible. 4 seconds, Rishek. Time to do or die. There we go, reset is in.
But he still needs to reset Hacker. 33 seconds, he has some time to play with to get despotted, but he still needs to get the reset on Hacker.
Are you gonna try to do it from same bush? I don't think it's gonna work twice, mate. Oof, what a risk. Where is Hacker aiming?
Hacker knows that it might be the bush now. Rishek readjusting yet again.
Rishek, are you the hero that Fame needs? Are you the savior or your brethren?
He has time for 2 shots right now. He's gonna spot out Hacker in a second as he get a connection. He does! Rishek gets the connection! He gets the connection! Hacker's now forced to push after Rishek. And what was looking like a beautiful situation for Tropical is now actually turning back into the favor of Fame. Rishek knows that he has to just play around the rock. Hacker, it's not over yet. He has time here.
There is a chance for Hacker also. 24 seconds, man. This is like revolving around like 1 shell that Hacker can do. If he misses it, he's gonna die. If he flunks the gun right way, he's gonna catch Rishek. Rishek is doing a really nice thing now, and this is the best possible scenario for Rishek because they're doing ring around the roses around the rock, and he can control that because he has a faster tank. If Hacker wanted to win this, he had to be from a blind angle so he cannot be seen coming, and this is an amazing freaking victory by Rishek. I never saw this happening.
I guess we'll forgive him for his ghost type play.
Oh, this is a way. This is a way to salvage yourself, man. Like, wow.
I don't want to bash on it, like on Kaizu. Like, I don't want to bash on it, but I saw this 1v1 happening in the corner, and it's like, it didn't make sense. Also, Shokish and Dragos literally driving out into the CS to let him free farm on A3.
Yeah, I saw really couple of, as I said, dubious things that happened there. Like they're fighting. I don't know why they didn't keep Bachat with them, and I don't understand many things that happened there.
8-5 Mojo, and he missed the cupola of the e5 at least once, and like 2 or 3 were bounces. Question is, how much did White Rock actually bounce? I didn't pay attention to it.
I don't know, but White Rock and Hacker did a really good game. Like, you can't blame them for this.
800, so that's 2 shells of Kaizu that he bounced, because it's 400 alpha of the e5. And I saw at least 1 miss. He was up so many shots, Mojo. Like, you know.
I mean, the strategy that Fame had was really good up to that one point. They threw it down to the pits on their own, and then Rishek pretty much resurrected them on his own. Like, this was amazing to watch. This is like what you like to watch tournaments for, to be honest. This kind of stuff.
Yeah, and Hacker there, you know, you can say, why is Hacker not looking at that side? But he was trying to use the wreck as well as he could to try and shield him. Rishek literally hit like 10 pixels of his cupola on the last shot.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Even peeking from top, gambling with time, so Hacker gets spotted and he gets nervous, but he knows that he peeked from the bush. And he has to take a poacher and gamble. Will he come from the left, from the right?
And obviously, you also have to remember Rishek has the advantage because his teammates can say Hacker's looking left, Hacker's looking right, because Hacker was spotted.
Yeah. This is like really, really, really amazing. At the end, the only thing I could say, like what Hacker might have done different in the end is literally when he was approaching this rock where Rishek was, he should have literally done some steep angle so he can catch him while he's trying to run away when he gets spotted. Because if he gets spotted on time, Rishek just like circles around the rock like basically, he did, and it's over.
There's one more thing that he can do, which he probably should do, Mojo, is obviously the rock is not that big, so you can get proxy spotted. So you want to go wide and then cut in.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, you need to go wide, so it's a blind angle.
Yeah. Makes
like,
sense,
if he gets spotted by Rishek will just use the rock endlessly.
Yeah, you have to take an angle and go wide and then commit to it, basically.
But, you know, it's like critical seconds of the game, and already one game is going down the toilet and he's under pressure. People are talking on TeamSpeak. He's there, he's doing this, he's doing that. Like, God knows what. But anyways, 2-1 here still for Tropical. Fame managed to, like, kind of steal away their victory here. It is as it is. It's literally a theft. And we are still watching a match point for Tropical Cyclone. Like, if they win this,
oh my god, I'm so proud of Fame. They have decided that the double CS maybe wasn't the best thing.
Okay, we are watching the 3-2-7-7s. 4 2-7-7s, 2 Skonks, and 1 Bachat in attack. This is a super aggressive setup we've seen. And yes, they didn't take the CS setup that was followed by what? STB, as far as I remember?
STB... double CS, a bat, like it was 4 mediums.
Yeah, it was a rush to position that they never committed to.
Look, they're doing the thing. This is a similar story to what they did yesterday, by the way.
Well, White Rock managed to spot them already. Like, what will be his reaction? A reaction of Tropical now?
I mean, White Rock there is kind of in a isolated position, to be honest.
Hello, boy.
Right now.
Why are they still there?
If Fame commits on this right now, White Rock is not going to be in a good situation whatsoever, and they are committing on this, which is, in my regards, the correct play here for the side of Fame. They're just going to push up and over into White Rock Nile. Ooh, does take a lot of damage there for this play. They need to be, oh, come on, the connections here need to be much better from the side of Fame. This is not what you want to see from a top tier team. Not 1, not 2, but 3 or 4 misses even altogether onto him. More misses coming out. White Rock having the time of his life apparently, as the Fame players are unable to hit any shot that is worthy of writing home about so far in this regard. And now the S-Kunks are getting pushed, Dragosh and Shokish, but there is some crossfire coming in from Elian and Nile. Now Rishek in his Bachat, still not able to do much. Smiley goes down as the first guy here for the side of Tropical, and now White Rock is starting to finally take some damage, but the HP is not looking good here for the side of Fame.
No, White Rock the Immortal is still holding his ground there, like the guys that were lost are on the other side who were pressured by other Fame tanks, but they were counter-pushed, and Shokish and Dragosh are lost. The anchor on the center is lost. White Rock still surviving on 100 freaking HP, dies just now after 2 minutes of engagement. Nile and Ilian on one side, Kaiser getting pressured now by 3 guys. They're trying desperately to help him, but while that's going on, Vervi and Profus will push the other side.
This was I think the initial was okay, but then the play coming out afterwards, I mean, Risha could have literally went onto the side of Whiterock and committed on the kill there, I guess, if anything, but now Fame falling to pieces, and mainly because Whiterock was just allowed to survive in a position that he shouldn't be alive in for way too long.
It distracted them so long, so they were pressured everywhere by other Tropical Cyclone team. I mean, Fame really got what they deserve here, man. Like, Tropical was so far above them and better. There is nothing else to say. There is really nothing else to say. And for this kind of like game that ended now, like there is just this one song, you know, that's like really universal. You know, you just need a dancing bear on a ball.
Yeah, and now iTox with a little bit of BM. Not killing off Rishik just yet, he will do now, and Tropical will finally overcome their greatest hurdle, which is winning a match, actually, when they're on match point, and are able to do it. They are going to be moving on in Fame, going out. From what they have shown, they do not deserve to go through anyways, and this shooting was just a perfect example of, yeah, I don't know.
Well, congratulations, Ducky. You actually managed to guess who won this game.
I know. Thank you.
I will not even call you a sellout anymore because this was really deserved. Wow.
I don't know if Whiterock's position was like that superior or something, or they literally just didn't take their time to aim. Like, I don't think he was that... Hold on.
No, when he was in that corner, I just think they didn't pen the shells, like, or they didn't even hit him while bypassing. They probably thought they will have a better position once they reach the rock, but then he just did a really smart thing and he shifted aside. And that's it. They would have to expose a lot to shoot him while seeing only top of his turret, and that's it. Like, he did really well. Obviously, that position where he went in was premeditated by his team because they could shoot from various angles, covering him and selling him out. But I'm certain that even they didn't expect that this amount of whatever happened there would happen.
Well, Mojo, that's enough from us. I would love to hear from the man from Fame himself, Insane and Kihan, what they have to say about this match.
Well, hello there and welcome back. And yeah, after a surprising match one of the day, we are left with 3 teams and none of those is called Fame. Insane. What was the crucial missing factor? You, Ducky, the pen rates?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. My eyes were bleeding watching them. I'm happy that they are out because they actually played horrible. There's not much more to say. Tropical was better, so they deserve to move on in the tournament. As you could see, they're going to move to the match 7, which is going to be either against CSA or Inville, the next match coming up. Tropical deserving the win, playing better, playing solid. Fame, mistakes every round played. They were definitely lacking, like, probably main FC, some reactions. There were a lot of, like, personal mistakes, so they deserve to be out. There's not much to say about this.
Alright, as the replays are being prepared, we just saw that Tropical now advanced into what will be match number 7 of the playoffs in the tournament, where they are going to face off against the loser of the upcoming match, which is the Czechs against the Polish guys. It's going to be CSA against Inville. What do you expect from that one? It's going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, best of 7. So the first one getting 4 wins on the board is going to move on to the big finals. I truly expect Inville to be the favorites by far because they've been improving. Even yesterday they were down 2-0 and they made it back all the way to win 4-2 against Tropical. They are probably by far the strongest team in this tournament right now after seeing the performance from Fame. CSA, they played solid, but they are not going to be having a good time against Sylvie because if they just play solid, that's not going to be enough, I think, against the Polish squad. They have to play some interesting tactic, even maybe gambles, because Inville is ready for those very standard CSA tactics, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit before the stream. CSA is super strong when it comes to those standard reactions, playing slow, playing control. Inville, as a Polish team, is sometimes known for this reckless aggression, which can maybe catch CSA off guard. But first of all, let's head into the replays of the match we just saw. And yeah, this is the first round where Fame basically tried to batter through the wall with their head. They get some initial success, but then the 50Bs, they run out of gas, out of steam.
They had a good idea. The other match is really good, but I can see they are lacking a main voice to actually completely manage them, micromanage them. You can see Shokish going on the left solo. You could see some of them going right, but some of them are gonna stop. You can see Dragos is driving. He's not going past like Ilian did, for example. So that was like pretty bad. He got tracked, he died. Later on, Tropical using their advantage, their take advantage. Ilian with a sneaky move here that could have worked, but at the end of the day, that was just Tropical, just better on that round.
And yeah, here we just see the last minutes where it's also Panuka coming in with the full HP CS. I mean, yeah, Feli does pick up 3k damage and 1 kill here, but in the end, the HP advantage for Tropical and also the gun advantage just did it for them. And yeah, I mean, Ilian bouncing shots there.
They held pretty well at the initial push, and Flame had to do almost no mistakes to make that work, and there were a lot of mistakes, like lack of cohesion, like we talked yesterday, so they paid that heavily.
Here's round number 2. That's an interesting boost for the IS-7. Panuka taking some damage for it, but in the end they get what they want, right? They get the IS-7 and the CS up there, and then Ryszek needs to run, is spotted out in the open, and does immediately pay the ultimate price for it. So not a good start there either for the team in purple.
I think Fame was definitely not ready for that play from the side of Tropical. They got caught off guard. It's a bit of a flashback from that Mines round, if you remember, when they played 6v7 on day 1. And after that Tropical, they just took their time, they established the whole map control, they went for a very good cap, and they were just taking down the tanks from the side of Fame pretty clearly and in a good manner. I'd say they played really well on that attack, but it was much easier playing 7v6.
And yeah, we already know what's going to go down here. It's just going to be the superior amount of guns and yet again HP. That's going to do it for Tropical here. And onto an interesting round. To be honest, I thought Tropical at one point in time had this one in the bag. Also those A-line attacks, they seem to be very, very common for most teams.
Yeah, we have seen that a lot today. Each team is going for that initial A push with the heavies, with a lot of HPs, a lot of firepower. It was E5s from the side of Tropical, S-Kongs from the side of Fame. E5 also, actually. But as you can see, there's Nova match taken by Tropical on those two S-Kongs. In the meantime, Fame winning the other side of the map. But the issue was just straight after that, the decision-making from the side of Fame again, and decisive. I think Ryszek went for the heal to kill that CS, and he left his teammates in a 4v3 that they didn't manage well. You could see Kaizo missing a lot of shots, not managing his 1v1 at all. And later on, out of nowhere, the clutch master himself making his magic happen.
Yeah, that was quite interesting to watch, actually. And also the shot that he's about to do on Hake's Cupola, that one is just... yeah, sometimes RNGesus giveth and sometimes RNGesus taketh. Taking, yeah, in that case, from Tropical. Yeah, Ryszek just doing a perfect job here of running down the time. There is nothing that Hake could really do apart from approaching differently to the stone so he doesn't get into proxy range. So maybe slight mistake by him here. But yeah, on we go to this last round, and honestly,
let's not watch that.
What the hell was that with White Rock?
So yeah, it was 2 7-7s actually from the side of Fame pushing here. Shooting, I don't know. Well, they're from Fame, they have double innate, but I don't know what happened. They couldn't aim at all.
Yeah.
It was just horrible for me. Like, my eyes were legit bleeding. Like, I don't even want to rewatch that because that's painful, to be fair.
I mean, the only thing going up in that moment was probably the hairline of the Fame players. But yeah, we all know how this one went down. Basically, White Rock finally getting eliminated, but look at the HP at that point in time. Yeah, the guns are even, but it's just 5 against 10k, basically. There was nothing really to be done apart from blow-ups or fires, which didn't happen. Ryszek once again trying to run away, but alas, it was not to be.
Yeah, exactly. Tropical, the same kind of the same game that we had before. They are trading the guy on the top on the AB lines, and in the meantime they were pushing around the D line on the mid, and well, that just worked out for them because Fame couldn't shoot somehow. Maybe they were not capable of making decision, either shooting at the end, so well, they deserve to be out, honestly.
Alright, and from this we now head on to a best of 7, which is going to be, as I said, in between CSA and Invil. Both of them still in the upper bracket. Both of them, no, actually it was CSA first in their group, Invil second.
Yep.
But yeah, both of them still in the upper bracket, meaning we're probably in for some quite interesting stuff happening now.
Well, as I said, I guess Invil better, but we will see that. I guess the castle have something to say about it.
Yeah, that was one hell of a match, and we are now going to be ready for another one, which is CSA against Invil, the winners bracket final here between these two teams. Mojo, this is going to be a hell of a match.
I just want to say thank you for analysis. I don't want to see it. My eyes were already bleeding enough. What I see. Anyway, CSA and Invil here playing. CSA, as Daki said yesterday, a team who were flunking quite a lot on previous tournaments, and we haven't seen them in the places where they usually belonged. They knew how to play for the top, a Czech team that has a really long history as a clan, and a lot of them who played the Gold League. So experience is there. What was missing in previous time to actually come to the heights of the tournaments is only known to them. Maybe they got saturated by the game, maybe just didn't train enough, but we've seen that they are actually playing this TVP league that's organized also parallel, so that's probably a good training for them. And we have a Polish power block here, Invil, not led by their leader, call me Piotr, but here by Kecaj. And usually they perform really well. They did win the last 7-on-7 tournament, so they are a definite favorite here in this match. But can they prove it against the CSA, who actually performed rather well yesterday? That remains to be seen in the next match.
That does remain to be seen. Invil, the kind of team that can do both, can be ultra aggressive, can also hold back and wait against CSA, though I think they might be picking the more aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, that's a really high chance to see, I believe. Invil also, I think they actually lost one game. Yeah, they actually lost the game in a group stage to CSA. It was a really close one, 3-2. But that's a group stage, and you move on and you pick the maps here, and there is a lot of different things. This is the upper bracket, so we will be watching not best of 5 match, but best of 7. That means that 3 maps will be played no matter what happens.
Yeah, indeed. And neither of these two teams wanting to duke it out on Tundra or Prokhorovka or Ghost Town or Steps. Those are our bans here. That means we're going to be having Cliff. There's obviously something missing because there's only 3 marks map that's played. Cliff.
Ghost Town is the 3rd map.
It shows a little ban icon. I was a little confused there, Mojo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Cliff mines into Ghost Town.
Yeah. Technically, we can see the 2 maps. I mean, if one team is really performing horrifically, another one really well, so they can be a 4-0, right? But I really doubt it. In this case, I expect a much closer match than the previous one. And I'm looking forward, especially finally, to watch Cliff, which is my favorite map to watch next to Himmelsdorf. So being first one is finally a treat. First time on a tournament. I never thought I'll see a tournament that Cliff is played only on a second day.
Yeah, usually Cliff is one of the more common maps, at least for 15v15. But today we're going to be starting it off for our first time here in this tournament between CSA and Invil. And the analysis desk has said that it's a very defensive bias. Yes, I did predict Invil to.
Oh, that's a very purple prediction here.
It's kind of cute. We almost have all predictions. We're just missing the 4-0, for Invil. And then we would have had every single possible outcome if Invil wins.
Insane is as close as it gets to that, I can tell you that.
But yeah, we're all on the Invil hype train here. We don't know if we're going to be seeing any straight middle brawls here, Mojo.
Oh man, let's see the lineups. Insane was saying some stuff yesterday about it, about the hill control and do you want to take it, do you want to risk it, or do you want to play slower because it's a defensive map? It remains to be seen now because, as he said, the map is really prone for defender if you take control of the hill. Like if you climb the CSs up, more or less, according to him, it's already a GG. So let's see what CSA, who should be aware of that, is thinking about it. They are picking the 3 CSs of their own and double butchot, so that's a really, really big rotation and fast setup. 277 and VZ.
Yeah, it's a very fast setup here from both these teams. Multiple CSs coming out, and Invil straight taking 1-2 line on their defense here, Mojo. You can see that with the triple CS, even wanting to deny CSA the middle. Yes, the tanks are appearing in and out. Lucan is the one that gets punished for this. Xavi is one that also gets punished. Combat here trying to get a clip from his bat. Senti not connecting, so a little bit damage traded back and forwards. But Lucan so far taking a battering. 946 HP remaining on that Kran. Not what you want to like to see in the beginning. And a very important thing to note, Mojo, is that Rexar is on top of the hill.
It's a big problem actually here for Invil guys, because they're gonna be permanently spotted also far. Look at the damage done by Rexar towards Akalito. Oh my god.
Yeah, and Froley is now getting spotted out as well in this Grand Wagon when he tries to go up on the hill. The CSs are going to be immediately peeking for that one. He takes one so far, only one, which is good for Froley. He needs that, but he still cannot currently win the 1v1 against the bot. Froley taking some more. Froley down to 742. Does Froley take any more? But now Rexar could actually win this 1v1, and Froley goes down as well, and it's 75. Invil in the driving seat.
Invil is definitely in a driving seat. I think like the camos are actually done by mistake by one of the observers, because like CSA should be white and Invil should be purple, but it's vice versa on the screen, so don't get distracted by that, guys. Anyways, Invil guys are the one defending at the moment. Unlike on a normal format where you have like only two spawns, you know, like 1 and 2, defending starts from upper side of the map. So this is correct. This purple is correct. What you see here, Invil has 11,000 HP and 7 tanks, and they are holding a critical junction. Like they have a guy on the top of the hill, which is not actually a CS but a botshot, and 6 guys covering him from the other side. So they don't have to lift a finger anymore, and CSA needs to kill 7 of them with 5 of the tanks, or cap the caps 1 or 2, which you see where they are, which is quite close to impossible at the moment. And my crystal ball tells me, unless there are like major mistakes, what is the way out of here, man? I don't see any.
There is no way out of here.
This is like such a checkmate.
CSA is literally with 4 tanks in the middle. They cannot retake the hill. They cannot re-push 1-2.
They can't cap. Invil literally has no reason to do anything. They can just wait this 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I mean, Rexar is trying to find out where is combat. If you're wondering why is he going so much left and right, he's trying to make sure that they don't get cheaply flanked and outdone in some manner. But there is nothing to be seen. Combat is kind of hiding on 2 line, and I guess CSA is just like hoping that Invil will do something careless and maybe give them some free damage.
I'm thinking if CSA has any way back into this game, but right now,
only if Invil gives it.
Yeah, Invil has to make some major mistakes, though, Mojo. Like really major. They're kind of just chilling now, you know.
Like everything is spotted. What they need to spot, the rotations left and right around the lighthouse. Like they really don't have to do anything. They just need to wait. Like CSA made sure they faded all, but they are stuck and they cannot make any move. Alright, Senti is spotted,
maybe
so he
CSA,
knows there is someone in front.
I'm thinking, Mojo, maybe CSA is I'm thinking about the next round, because there is really no way back in this one.
Well, to be honest, they don't even have the reason to prolong this one that much, because they are the attacking side. So if you think about the tiebreaker as example, it's always counted like which attacker won the fastest, right? So they don't...
Unless neither team wins an attack.
True. Then they can just prolong and wait entire 10 minutes. And Invil has no reason to move either. Alright, so we were corrected that damage done in attack is counted as a second parameter. So CSA would at the moment be missing on that a lot.
Yeah, they would have to
shoot at enemy at least. Well, anyways, man, whatever is happening, the birds know it because they're like sitting on top and watching like, eh. Maybe they can send some poop on them, to make the move.
I mean, there's not much, there's not much to right now, even say when CSA is just chilling here and waiting. Combat is not even reloading. He still has 3 shells in his clip. Are they going to try and take the hill now? Are they actually trying to take the hill?
Well, they already sent Frolly and tried it. I don't see how will they do it again.
They're sending Cosmo this time. Cosmo's going up in the CS. And he actually made it, though.
There was no spot by Batchat, so they never saw him coming.
Ooh, some non-connections coming out even now. Rexar is probably going to 1v1 the CS here. Seiko is also taking the hill from the other side. But you can see Seiko is actually paying dearly for that one. Rexar is getting a nice clip here out on towards the Cosmo CS. He's going to make all 5 count, but then there will be probably a repush coming out from the side of Invil. Rexar even dropping off, staying alive. Sounds like a famous song. Yeah. But in return, Invil now pushing down the 1-2 line. They want to pick up that batch out of combat. Rexar finally goes down after so much time has been wasted here for the side of CSA. And now Invil with triple DHP yet remain in the driving seat. Still, 50 seconds left. CSA has to make an all-out attack. And an all-out attack with Xavi leading the charge. Xavi misses the first. Does he connect on the second? He does. Look in as well, so they do get a nice pickup on Panzer Fury. But, when you have this little HP, it's so hard to make something work. Because now Xavi is going to die against Senti. No, Like is going to be given that kill. Senti wants to pick up Lukin. He's not getting that one just yet either. And I mean, CSA has 428 remaining HP.
Yeah, CSA holding dearly on their hill, doing some last sniping shots in these remaining 20 seconds of this round. I mean, how did the Invil Batchat even climb up so easily for free on full HP? How did he sneak up on the start of the game? I would really like to see that in the future, actually, because how did the entire CSA team just let him go up?
I think he just drove up, Mojo. CSA but like not really that, fast and able to punish, maybe?
They had CSs?
One.
Well, right? Yeah. Like, at least he could have seen the Batchat, climbing up. I mean, there has to be a silhouette. There has to be something. I don't get it. How do you go up with the entire tank without getting even seen? And solo, not challenged, nothing happened. I don't know what was CSA doing on this, but it costed them dearly. Saka and Frolly, not a shell of damage done. Yeah,
Frolly there in the crown tried to go on the hill, and he got pretty far up until he got spotted, and then they all shot him, and he kind of died. And Rexar there having a good performance in his bad shot. 3,340, got a free kill onto Sakalito from above as well.
He fired almost the entire clip in Saka and then entire clip on the CS who came to him. I really don't understand it. You would expect that one of the CSs of Invil would maybe be on a hill, but I didn't think it would be Batchat. I really didn't think they can sneak just a Batchat for free. But whatever, man, it happened, and so it's 1-0 for Invil already. This was not a really great game to watch for CSA, definitely. And we'll be watching them now next in their defensive role on Cliff, while Invil will be attacking. So far, much, let's say, more aggressive approach by Invil. I wouldn't say, beside climbing just the Batchat up, I wouldn't say they've done anything that out of the box. This is something we've seen done many times, even in 15-on-15 format. I still don't get it how this CSA just let that tank climb up, man. They had to focus something on threat on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think combat was spotting 1-2 lines, so there was nobody shooting from downside, so it was only the tanks driving up that could have possibly connected the bot. And if Rexar does it well, he goes up, he waits behind the little hill until they close the middle, and then goes up. They don't actually have anybody to shoot him. Literally have nobody.
Whatever they planned, it was obviously wrong, and it went down the drain. But it's only the first game, so the night is still young. It is best of 7, so who comes first of 4, he wins. We will see now when they turn the tables, how will actually Invil deal with the attack. All of our prognosis, guys, if you have seen, on start, or if you haven't, were pro Invil. Only the result differs from like 4-1 to 4-3, and we will see like will any of us be right, and if anyone is who.
I mean, if it's 4-0
then
for
no
Invil,
one.
then nobody of us is like 100% correct.
Yeah. Well, CSA still has a chance to actually win the match. As I said, this is really early. Like, this is not even about comeback. This is only just about losing one initial game. But what I didn't like about this first and initial game is that CSA actually kind of looked without a proper plan here. So that's a big problem. That's a bigger problem than losing a game.
Now, if Insane was correct, defensive bias on Cliff, that should mean that CSA coming in here has an advantage. Let's see if they're able to use this and utilize this to their own advantage as they are now swapping sides. And obviously for the dynamic of this match and for CSA themselves, they want to be picking up the next round here to get back in the the string of things. Then you are 1-1 and it's all good. Even though you had such a disastrous first round, it's completely fine.
If you win the second one, you just shrug it off. But if you don't, ay caramba. We will see what will happen there. Also, like, I'm going to remind everyone, if you watch the initial screens when the match started, Cliff was CSA's pick. So this map was picked by these guys to play. So far, not very encouraging. But anyway, defense of CSA done by 4 CSs, a TVP, a Kranwagen, and 277. And on the other hand, I haven't completely seen the Invil lineup.
Well, Mojo, looks like an old-fashioned 7 tanks in the middle from both these teams. I don't know, CSA is actually going around the hill as well, so they're not going to be fully brawl in the middle. They're going to be going around with double CS, 1 CS to the D3 Rock, and 1 CS taking the ramp, TVP in the middle as well, and the heavy's covering. If Info
Bro, that can cause them so much. That can cause them so much.
Seago did take the hill though, but only taking a singular shot of damage. Oh, Lukin though is not going to be faring the same story in his Kranwagen as he gets struck, he gets held, and Lukin, round 2, and yet again, he's dead.
Like, he actually tried to drive away after they saw that there is a couple of guys. There is some sporadic damage now coming to Invil, but look at this. Like, he's climbing to confront Seago up, and so is Ketsa. Yes, maybe Ketsa is on 1200 HP, but that's still 2 on 1 gun. So the CS from CSA is now on bottom H0 par, but that can be confronted by Invil guys so easily because CSA guys are all over the place. I mean, come on, look where they are, man. You have one guy here, one guy here, one guy here, one on a hill. How will they help each other?
Well, at the very least, I would say that it's good that the CSs from CSA have decided to run away from that 9-0 line, but they are kind of stuck under the hill right now with no real possibility to rotate out of this one. As now Froley takes 1, Froley takes 2, only retaliates with a single, but does get a secondary back. Now Seago is trying to pressure Like here, but he takes 1 from Ketsai. He doesn't even connect the shell. He doesn't even connect his shell on towards Like, and now Seago and Like trading, and Seago, that's never going to be a winning situation for him whatsoever.
Oh man, that Kaizu disease is apparently contagious. No pen shells are coming left, right, and center. Froley staying on 500 HP with his TVP, but he is deeply stuck there, man. He cannot really help his team unless there is some major push by Invil who will just open themselves for the enemy. And Invil is not a free giving team. So far, they're just doing such a splendid job on taking positions and farming the CSA tanks, man. 2,500 HP advantage, but more importantly, 2 tanks more and all the positions in the world.
All the positions in the world, they have hill control, they're now taking back 1-2 line control, and all of these CSA tanks stuck under the hill. It's only a matter of time before the full wrap, the full surround comes into effect. And when this happens, it's going to be Sayonara CSA.
Yeah, the domino effect already started. It's just a matter of time when all the dominoes will fall. I mean, Panzer Fury is just sitting on top and there is no one to challenge him. This is so painful to even see, man.
Yeah, Sakalita and Panzer Fury having the old school little 1v1 there. And so far, Panzer Fury actually winning it. Yeah, neither of the two connecting. A 277 Cupola, kind of annoying to shoot out.
But Panzer now, like, literally knows there is no one to challenge him. Like, no one to shoot him. He is on upper angle. He's provoking the enemy, and enemy is stuck without a proper solution what to do. Like, Froley is barely covered, man. Like, if someone jumps him, he will just die.
Yeah, he's even a possible one-shot for Nanny Alpha gun.
I think they're just waiting for a secure like solution where there we go. Piotrix is behind. He will like make Combat fall down. Combat has not many options. He needs to run behind the rock where he will be completely useless for his team, and he will be under only to fend for himself. Then Piotrix can shoot on TVP up. Bachat is covering, so nothing happens to Piotrix because hey, they have 2 tanks advantage, so they can do whatever the hell they want.
And now it does seem there's a reaction coming out from CSA in the meantime, in the middle of the map, realizing that there might be a possibility here to make a play. They do pick up Sokar in his 277. Froley picks up Getsai, gets rammed to that by Senti. Now Like trying to back off, trying to get safe from the hill, but here comes Rexar. He came back from 1-2 line, is now putting down the crossfire onto 1-2 line. And yes, CSA, they managed to pick up 1 or 2 guns, but now that the bat is there again as well, Sakalito is going to be finito as he gets pushed on by the entirety of the Invil team, and that leaves just Komban, who might get the kill here on Piotrix, but that is more for style points than anything else. And Invil come in swinging in this match and are gonna make it 2-0 here on Cliff.
Oh, if even that kill is picked up, we will see now the last shells coming in, and Piotrix actually has the final word with Dead Gun and Dead Gunner, but still, hugging him works more than fine. As Ducky said, 2-0 for Invil, and what is worrying for CSA and their fans is that actually CSA didn't look in any of the 2 games that actually they have any solution for their problems. The map they picked, it was completely lost.
Indeed, and now CSA is looking at a very, very bad situation. Again, Lucan just died for free. That Kranwagen not making it across the middle against this fast-paced lineup from the side of Invil. If you look at the Invil tanks, they're all fast, Mordro. Like there's no slow tanks there, and they were able to get Lucan when he was still crossing because that Kranwagen. I mean, if you really want him to get into the middle against the Invil lineup, you almost have to boost him with a CS, because they did have a CS that wasn't doing anything. Remember, there's one sitting on the corner
I don't
of
understand those 2 CSs going around the hill. I really don't understand.
Only one of them actually went, so one of them could definitely have boosted Sigo into position.
No, they went with 2, then 1 returned when they saw the enemy, like because one of their CSs climbed up. I don't know, man. Like it looked like kind of not well enough thought story. I mean, we will see what Insane has to say about all of that at the end, because like even when the games are like this, I believe there is always another depth that can be spoken about, talked about. But to me, it really looked just bad.
Well, Modra, it looked bad, and it looked even worse for CSA, as they are now 2-0 down, and now coming into Mines, a typical 1-1 map, you could say, I guess, which is ideal for Invil.
Yeah, we are going to watch now CSA having to perform a attack on Mines in a first roll. Mines is also quite a defensive map, although we've seen a couple of teams break it. So I don't know, can I even call it a pro defensive map that much anymore, because a lot of teams actually found really good solutions to deal with the defenders. But a lot of times when we've seen that, usually it was spiraled up by some major mistake by defender that we've seen.
Yeah, like, and again, predictions here, we're all going with Invil. Seems like we also knew the possibility that Invil might be running away with this one. I mean, we saw CSA yesterday beat Fame, right?
Yep.
But the question remained there, was it really CSA being amazing, or more like Fame just not really performing?
Well, we've seen Mines there, and actually Fame took both rounds on the Mines there. So I guess like Invil took it as a given that they want to play it against CSA, and they picked it instantly. So I don't know what to expect. Like, does CSA have some new strats, or they're just going to recycle? They had a lot of time, of course, since yesterday to watch their own mistakes and change something. A very fast setup for CSA on a start. 1 STB, 3 CSs, 3 277s. It's a given they can try to take the hill, but they can also try to take the water instant with this. Also from Invil, a rather versatile setup with two VZs. We've usually seen only one as a support, but they actually have two, and they're immediately shelling on Combat, who pretty much lost a turret, a driver, and a gunner. Fortunately, Big Repair and Medkit are there.
Yeah, and even some more damage being taken onto Froley as well in his 277, and now Combat having not such a favorable trade against Ketsai there in that T100, and a good start here from Invil, already bleeding the likes of CSA a decent amount.
Yeah, they bled them. They gave them a lot of
position
damage.
though, Modro.
Yeah, they gave them a lot of damage. Where is Rexar?
He's behind that little rock on F4. You can shoot this. You can get shot there from 1-2 line, actually.
Yeah, I see him now. So he's literally relying that he will not be spotted from the hill, but can Combat safely shoot him without anyone giving him the shot back? That's another question. I think he's the only guy who can actually do it. The CSs don't really have the good hold down, and STB is on D4 position, E4 position behind the rock. Should be rather safe there.
Well, we'll see. I just remember getting shot there in randoms. Maybe when he's hugging the rock that well, like that closely, that's not possible. But he's also not spotted right now, so it's not really a factor.
Yeah, look at the cheeky position by Ketsai, who is relying that medium, if he wants to pressure on that position on E5, he has to go a little forward. So he should see the part of his turret from this angle, and the damage should follow. Double 277 on the position on the island. They're blind shooting the position where they think that light might be, which is like a default bush, but he's obviously nowhere to be found. He's playing it way, way, way smarter. So as I said, like usually when the attackers won so easily or close, when there were major mistakes by defender. Invil so far is holding their ground with receiving only one shell of damage on that E5 Hexer, who's playing their point and actually doing a cheeky shot on the spotted CS himself. And there is no one to respond in kind.
Rexar there getting a good connection on towards Combat. I was completely blind as well. So Rexar there doing well, gotta say. Ooh, and now Rexar,
but he still connects.
He does get another one there on towards Xavi this time. Rexar completely aware actually of the angles that he might get fired upon from.
Yeah, totally not a random position, you might say, right? He didn't end up there by accident or in the fluke of the battle.
It does look like he's pretty safe.
Yeah, it looks like really good, man. Like for them to shoot him, they would actually have to push more, but that's prevented from the very get-go by Invil. So we have a situation now that CSA has a lot of fast tanks. They did take the hill, but at the moment they have nothing to do with it. Like they literally have no way to exploit it. Also, if they want to push on 8 and 9 line, which will be spotted by Panzer Fury, who will they challenge? Like they can lose the hill in an instant, and even if Invil doesn't even decide to push the hill, they can throw so much damage toward that one line, toward that 8 and 9 line.
I mean, you can see here Saka trying to connect on towards that I7, but hitting the I7 is hard when it's this hold down.
I mean, even if Senti was not even wiggling, it would be a hard job like this. It's just like he has an extra ammo to spend, so maybe it happens, you know? As some people say, like, if you don't try it, it will never happen, right?
That is indeed correct. And now Sigo and Panzer Fury spotting each other out, and Sigo also not having the better trade there. So again, some more HP lead going to the side of Invil. So far only Rexar has taken a singular shot, and that was mainly to get into position.
Yeah, there is like no cracks in this defense against the lineup that CSA has, at least. Like, we might say that Invil planned to play like this from the start, but I'm pretty sure with this setup they had a couple of versions what they could play depending on what kind of tanks the CSA picks. And this is a really good response. They immediately prevented any progress on 1-2 line. They did some damage on people climbing also. And overall, they're bunkering really well. So what could the CSA do against this? They would need to gather up and maybe try to push the 8-9 line, which is probably something they will do. I don't think they can cap. They will probably try to do this here, and then to see will there be a reaction by Invil. Will someone extract themselves too much? Nice connection there on Soccer. I didn't expect this happening. How did he lose both like Loader and Amorek in that kind of shell? How did it happen, man?
Sigo just a superior aimer. I mean, Soccer there, he loaded the H3 to get the reset. I didn't pay attention to how much H3 he really has, but a single cap here with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, it's not really gonna be enough.
Well, also like Inwil can allow themselves with this HP advantage to even rotate some people from the G4 to cross and help with that decap if needed. And that's something probably that's going to happen in a close future, because we can see the CSA tanks rotating that side. That means there will be a higher Inwil pressure on the hill and on the lower side parallel probably. Because look at this T100. Ketsai is really actively spotting, and he knows there is nothing left on 1-2 line. This is critical, and that will give information for movement to Inwil.
Yeah, now another 277 pushing forward. That's Sakalito himself in that 277 pushing forward towards a further building there to try and cover the gap. And Cosmo actually in the CS also going. Now Saka is going to be taking a lot of damage, so is Cosmo. Cosmo is actually just going places.
Death March.
Yeah, Cosmo is going places, not places you want to be in though, because the garage is not my favorite place in World of Tanks, as now Saka is getting some nice trades on towards Piotrix from that position. I don't really understand what the plan for Cosmo was though, as now Inwil with a significant 3000 HP lead here. Saka getting picked up even by Ketsai in the T100. Sigo is going to be the next one isolated, and again 4000 HP difference here for the side of Inwil. They are currently looking to make it match point.
Yeah, I mean, CSA only revolving their entire game now around the cap, and that's out of the question already. Panzer Fury and Ketsai are coming to pick him up. It's gonna be a double trouble from both sides, a little bit of sandwich around this house, and he will be dead in a couple of seconds. I mean, he's the last guy surviving, and Inwil is taking their sweet time, and they have even all 7 tanks alive. That's like a big statement for coming into the match point. I mean, all of these 3 games are not even close. Dude, this looks like it's gonna be a wipe of 4-0, but let's see. Maybe CSA can do a defense.
I mean, if CSA is going to pick up any rounds, Mojo, I would hope that it would be at least 2, not 1.
I believe you hope for that, but
it's either they lose the next round and it's 4-0 and we just all accept that we're wrong one way or another, or they pick up 2 more.
Well, some more than the other. Cosmo was a chosen guy. He was chosen by his team. You are the one to push. You are the one to take the lead here. And it didn't take him to huge lengths, because the crossfire by Inwil was quite merciless. I don't think a single shell missed him. And well, we can see, like, the result is all 7 guys surviving out of 7. Rexar in that point position, almost 4.3k damage done with E5. E5 living kind of a renaissance in this 7-on-7.
I told you D5 was good.
We knew E5 was good, man, but not this good. This is amazing, actually.
It's even good in randoms, and everybody that doesn't agree with me, just, you're wrong. I'm not even gonna bother explaining it. You're just wrong.
Is that the next tank you're gonna grind on your mega new account?
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe. It's like a 4.5 to 5k DPG tank, actually. So, maybe.
So you already calculated it?
I mean, I have 4.5 on my other account, so...
Okay.
Makes sense that, would be roughly the same.
Well,
But
for
still,
all interested, Ducky has a new account because he ran out of ideas for his original, so he has to do it all over again.
I'm boosting the server stats,
Yeah. So
active
like,
players going up.
the total win rate of server will not be like 48%, but maybe 49. Let's go. Anyways, so 3-0 guys for Inwil. I mean, it's been pretty one-sided so far. There is no other way to say it. I'm hoping that CSA will maybe pick up this round here, and then if they manage to do that, to stay in the match, they will have a chance on Ghost Town, because Ghost Town will be first defense that they will have to play. But Inwil so far, very calculated, very organized, and very merciless. So we will see what they have to do about it in the attack on mines. They've been doing really great on this defense. Let's see what they have as a plan for attack.
Yep. Let's see what Infil decides to bring and what they can show us against CSA. We saw Infil already once, remember, on 1-2 line, Mojo, against Tropical. That was, Tropical had E5, but Furries didn't live that long.
Yeah, like I was thinking now when I was talking, will they try to play something from the waterline? Invil guys, like, will they try to dominate their side, or they will just give up on idea? We will see. That also has to take in account like what will CSA play. And Invil will not make a blind play without anything. There is no light on Invil side now, and it's a really fast setup. 2 VZs, 3 1-1-3s, 1 Super Conk for Anchor and CS. On CSA side, like, this is a really pushy setup, like with 3 CSs.
Yeah, it does look like a pushy setup. And what is Invil doing, Mojo? Exactly the same as last time. They're going for a 1-2 line. They realize the potential from CSA.
Yeah, CSA is not even bothering to cross with those CSs. They look really scared of it because they don't want to lose them for nothing. They're trying to do a proxy from above. But you cannot really get amazing angles to decap from there, man. You need to actually lean the tanks high down. Like, when it's done in Gold League, you pay a high price when you want to decap from above. Like, a really high price.
And immediately a shot coming out on towards Rexar. Lucan getting one on towards Cat Size. So maybe the start from CSA here not that bad altogether. Rexar connecting one and blind as well. Back on towards the CS. That's the issue a little bit with that position. There's not that many spots that you can really effectively play in.
There goes Lucan and Seago are taking the front cooldown so they can watch over the cap. And they are rather safe there, but they are not resetting anyone. They are currently just trading against the guys behind because Invil really doesn't care about that. Like, all they care about are these guys in the cap. So far, we have 2 guys in the cap. Piotrix is pulling back. If you remember, guys, from the guys capping before, the third guy is always in a problem. The guy on the furthest side. And all they need to do is maintain the cap pressure. They don't actually need to finish the cap. They just need to maintain the cap pressure so they can bleed CSA.
Does look like this has now gone on to single man cap pressure though, which is by far less of a stressful situation than a 3-man cap. Ooh, nice connection from Senti in that 113. Good stuff.
Like, out trading the Super Conk, but still, like, he is in superior position above, but still he, as I said it, he receives the shell immediately.
Is he like safe there where he is now is the real question though. Now there is still a possibility here for Invil for booster capping, for boosting the cap, which means that the cap timer is going to run really low, really fast, because Ketcha is in it, and they're doing exactly this now. 2 people on it, 3 people on it, 12 seconds remaining now. Now here needs to be another play coming out from CSA. The trades so far have been even, but now Seago and Lucan kind of forced to commit, and Seago realizes that it's 1, 2, 3, 4 VZs are in the store to pick him up from this battlefield, and he goes down rather quickly, as now there is only 6 tanks left from CSA, and Invil has a massive HP lead.
This is a big problem now because the next guy on a chopping board would be Lukin, and he has even less than 1000 HP. If he peaks, he's gonna not do any better. Frolly is coming to boost him up, so I guess it has to be followed by all-around game by CSA, but CSA is down on HP, down on positions again. So what will they do next? Throw Sakalito as a bomb down on them? That looks like the only logical solution, which is a suicidal one, but I don't see how else will they cope with this.
Sakalito, the dive bomber, might come into effect here. I've never seen a dive bomber from Czech Republic, but maybe today will be in a treat, as they are starting to run out of time. 10 seconds again, the cap pressure is back on, and still Invil with a sea of time ahead of them. 4 minutes and 40 seconds before this game is even about to end. Now 3, 2, 1. Finally, a reset comes out. No dive bombing from Saka. It was close to Mojo. He was considering it, but Froley in return is going to get dive bombed by all of the Invil tanks.
He might as well do it now because they're really out of options, whatever they want to do, man.
Now the cap has started again. And 33 seconds separate Invil from a 4-0 clean sweep domination here against the side of CSA.
It's really crucial, guys, when you play like this. It looks so easy now, but you need to know the angles, what positions you want to take with which tank to create a proper crossfire, how to approach. Like, you saw how cleanly they destroyed those super conks. And now 14 seconds, 13 seconds, 11, 10. Saka, it's gonna be now or never. What was this? Was this like a team damage?
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. This does get a reset there, combat, in that CS. So, I mean, CSA, they're still trying, and there is another shell coming out. this time on towards Cosmo.
I could swear that Combat killed his teammate like in CS.
Saka gets a nice pick though onto Senti. Did he? I didn't pay attention. And now Saka the dive bomber, and the cap is done. It's gonna be CSA picking it up 4-0. Invil picking it up 4-0.
Yeah, it's a big nothing, a big 0, man, like coming in here because none of the games you could call close. Complete domination by Invil team. This is something we've seen on previous tournaments. We just need to see, do they have what it takes to take them all the way for the top? Because sometimes even after this brilliant performance, they would know how to flunk it at the end. But is there anyone worthy and able to actually topple them? It remains to be seen. Anyways, CSA is not out of the tournament. They are going in a lower bracket now where they will fight Tropical Cyclone. But this is the damage done in this game, guys. You can see only one victim from the Invil side. On the other hand, like most of the CSA team completely decimated. Poor Frolly, man. So many games where he sent... And yes, there is a team damage. Yes, Combat took out other CS.
Oh, maybe, Combat was like, Xavi, please stop stealing my damage. A typical Jacques random move. He would do the same thing. So no stealing damage there, Xavi. Maybe he even tried to run away with his chevron from Combat, whether it's possible.
You think Xavi tried to run, but he still got one in the back?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's like, Xavi, that's one shot too many. You're done for now. The secret infiltrator, Combat.
Well, this was the end of this really, really, really brutal game that Invil showed us. I would say, like, I loved some of the stuff they did. CSA looked kind of confused. I didn't like that. I expected way more for them. But to be honest, I'm just looking forward to what Insane and Kihen have to say about this, because I believe there is still a lot of pages to be filled about this match.
And there indeed is a lot of things to say about this one. First of all, just call an ambulance for the CSI guys after getting slaughtered 4-0 by Invil here. That was a mess. We're gonna need a cleanup on aisle 4-0 here. Wow, that was just super convincing by the Polish guys.
Complete domination. I mean, it was kind of expectable. They are in shape. CSA, they had a good time against Fame, not performing yesterday, but today they were playing the Polish squad that knows what they are doing, so that was just not surprising to me. They just took everything they had, they did throw it, and that worked for them. Really good job by them.
Yeah, so now taking a look at the structure asset, which we should get on screen soon, we're gonna see that with this convincing 4-0, basically two questions get answered. First of all, we have our first finalist, which is going to be Invil. They can lean back and just watch the upcoming match in between CSA and Tropical unfold. And I think the second question that we got answered right there was from yesterday, where we were all sort of like, was it Fame being weak, or was it CSA just playing very, very well? After this match, personally, I'm inclined to say it was Fame just not performing at all. They deserve to be out of the tournament, and CSA, they now need to prove, just like they did against Fame, that they can indeed win rounds and take matches of the enemy. Obviously, Tropical, they will be trying everything in their power to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, Tropical, they had one game to chill, watch their opponent, get ready, prepare their tactics. So I assume that right now they are probably the favorite for the next match. CSA, they got stomped 4-0. It's going to be really hard to get a mental reset and play that next match. So I guess Tropical, they have high chances to win that next game. But CSA, if they have any cards to play, that's the time.
I mean, yeah, you basically need to take a few minutes and just step away for the computer after getting just annihilated like that. That was not even close in any of the rounds. I mean, the first two Cliff rounds, it was just, the Kran dying basically for free both times, and Invil just playing a beautiful game. And rounds 3 and 4 on Mines, there was never a point in time during which you could say CSA actually has a possibility to take the games.
Yep, exactly. We are going to be going over the replays very soon, I assume. But yeah, we will just explain exactly what happened on all of those rounds. As we repeat ourselves, 4-0, clean rounds all over the place. The first one was Cliff, where Invil was on the defense, and you could see straight up Rexall taking the hill for free with the bad shot. All the position of the word for the side of Invil is just even allowing himself to take that pick and do his full clip on Sakalito. Like, technically, the game is already over. If you have experience and you see this, the positions, that free pick from the side of Invil, it's already over.
Yeah, that was just crazy to see Sakalito go down like that. Now here on the upper side, obviously Rexar does not have the clip potential in his Batchat to clip out Cosmo completely with a 2.2k on the CS, the Batchat obviously. I actually was surprised he didn't die for those drops, but it didn't really matter in the end. I mean, Invil, as you said, they just had it in the bag at that point. It was just cleanup, and yeah, CSA, obviously, they were attacking, they tried to make something happen, but they had neither the guns nor the HP left. And yeah, same thing, same story in the second game. Quick CS up the hill, so that's actually pretty cool for CSA to have that position, but the Kranwagen just getting annihilated. That's just, again, needlessly a 6v7 here.
I fully disagree with the way CSA played there. If they want to take the hills as CS and actually take the damage from the side of Invil, they have a very aggressive lineup, so they're going to go for the mid counter. They have to take the hill with the triple CS. Instead, they went with 2 CSs around the hill. And Invil, they massively punished them for that, because later on they won the hill, they won all the position of the world. You could see Protrix even taking their base, and it was just the hand. CSA, they had no plays, no option, desperate push at the end on the mid, and Invil's just completely dominating and controlling the game.
Yeah, I mean, once you have that CS in B2, it's just all over, because he can freely and even unspotted just take pot shots at the tanks in the middle. That's just gonna spell the beginning of the end there. And yeah, round number 3. Once again, I mean, beautiful plays here by Rexar, by the way. I love the way how he played those angles. Even the blind shot onto combat. I mean, yeah, that's a bit lucky. But then Xavi Star is gonna peek on him, and Rexar, he just knows where to peek at what time. Beautiful plays by him, and the other guys in his team, they can just let him farm, right? Because they are defending.
To be honest, Invil solid defense again. They know how to react, they know how to position themselves, they completely controlled all the time. At the end of the day, CSA, they traded bad, they were desperate, they tried to push over to 7, 8, 9 lines, but Invil with the rotation, they were ready for it. They had 2 options, either we push the hill, go around with the Tihuda, but they decided to go back with all their tanks, get ready for that push, and they completely punished CSA for it. You could see the HP, 4k HP up, Ketsa even enjoying his time, rushing with his light to get some damage on the board. That was just complete control and domination again and again for Invil.
Yeah, it was just super clean. I mean, the scoreline reflecting this, just 7-0 clean sweep in this match alone, or in this game alone. Not even a single kill, I believe, going CSA's way. And this match, or rather the positioning in this match, strangely reminded me of Invil's match yesterday against Tropical, except that Tropical had 2 E5s, and Verbi got brutally punished. This time it's Lukin and I believe Seago in the Super Kongs, and they're in the same trap again that basically Tropical fell in yesterday. They have to bring some sort of resets onto the cap, but there's just so many guns aiming at them.
That's the limitation of those defense. From the side of CSA, you don't have a Tihunda that could cross the 1-2 line safe. They have CSs, but Invil is countering the cross initially. They have those VZs on the cap, because look at that damage they're capable to pull in few seconds. They can take out a tank in few seconds. That's massive. Senti was the really good position to cover the base. And yeah, CSA, they couldn't cross any tank to the 1-2 initially, so Invil just going for the cap, which is the correct play, and punishing them again and again.
Yeah, and just so methodically as well. I mean, at this point, yeah, it's over. Sakalito trying to do the overpeak, for which he's even too late. Cosmo jumping down into the cap, but it's all over. And Invil with, I would say, the most convincing showing so far that we've seen in this tournament, putting themselves up for a spot in the grand finals later today, which is going to be best of 9. First of all, we are down in the bloody depths of the losers bracket now, though, where it's going to be a best of 5 in between CSA and Tropical. And yeah, what do you expect from this? Is CSA going to be able to mentally recover? I mean, most of them have a lot of experience, so they should be sort of mentally prepared for this.
As I already said, I think Tropical is by far the favorite there. That's going to be really hard for CSA to do that reset. Are they capable of doing it? They have to prove it now. They have to surprise us. I guess they have to also possibly change their playstyle and go for something that is a bit more gambly. Because against Tropical, if they don't try something unusual and they go for their standard tactics, they're going to be heavily punished.
So yeah, all those thoughts aside, we're gonna see who is gonna recover from the loss they had. CSA against Tropical, obviously we just saw the CSA team. I'll check lineup here. There is the only remaining international team left in this tournament. Tropical on the other side under their captain Vervi. And I mean, I am not as convinced of Tropical as you, just because CSA looked so strong in the group stage still, and just because Invil is just looking insurmountable at this point. I guess I'm...
To be fair,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. To be fair with you, I think you're too much taking into consideration the group stage performance. You could see Invil, they lost against CSA in the group stage. And what happened now in the playoff? 4-0. Like, the teams, they're not going to throw their best tactics. They're not going to actually give their best. They want to keep their best tactic for the playoffs. So, CSA, they were strong in the group stage. But in the group stage, this is where you actually play your very standard tactics. So, I guess, from the side of Tropical, now they're going to be capable of throwing much more advanced tactics, and that's where CSA is going to struggle the most.
All right, yeah. So from my side, I'm going to go with a 3-1 for Tropical. But we're going to see how that one goes. But yeah, that was, I think, quite enough talking from our side. If there's nothing more that you want to say, I think we should be heading over to that lovely caster's desk.
You can jump into that match and give it back to the casters.
Yes, indeed. That was a lovely analyst segment. Now,
is your desk lovely, Ducky?
Yes.
I must say, my desk is also lovely, although they're thousands of kilometers apart. Anyways, move on.
Did I miss something?
He's constantly calling us a lovely analyst desk, man.
Oh, I get it now. It took a few seconds to sink in. It's like, is this something I'm missing? But yeah, everybody favoring Tropical, I guess, here, Mojo. I already spied at your predictions. I know that you're favoring Tropical as well.
Yeah, I kind of like their gameplay has more idea. Yeah, they flunked that one round against Rishek, or Rishek just outplayed them. But overall, I think they're just like a better team at the moment. Also, like CSA will have to play this match from the scratch, best of 5, straight after coming from utter defeat of 4-0, where they didn't have a single round even close. On the other hand, like Tropical is coming after even a break, after having a really good victory. So I think like odds are all in their favor, and there are high chances that we will see a final from the previous tournament, Tropical against Invil. But of course, CSA has a lot to say about that, and they can correct us in any moment of time and space. So let us be amazed.
Let us be amazed indeed. CSA coming off of that Invil loss 4-0. It's a hard mental reset to get absolutely crushed like that, with no opportunity in any of the games, really. Not really being able to do much. Like no game was really close. No game they really had a lead that they threw. Invil was in control from start till finish, and almost every single battle, you could say.
Yeah, it was just like one-sided smacking. But we will see. Like CSA are old foxes. I mean, they played this game too long together to be just arguing like small kids, you know. Even if entire tournament goes wrong, they're just gonna, yeah, whatever, let's go have a beer next time, you know. So like Himki comes the first.
Yeah, these maps are good for CSA though, in a way you could say, Mojo, that they just played a best of 7 and they played only Cliff and Mines. Now there is no Cliff and there is no Mines, so they're coming onto maps where they should already be prepared to play, right? So they should already have their strategies ready. And that's a good thing for them. I don't think they would want to play either Cliff or Mines again after what just happened.
Yeah, they didn't look really good on them. I mean, they had the banning phase where they could take out some maps, so they took out some that they were worried more about, but you know, we saw what happened with that. Anyways, Himmelsdorf map that CSA should play well, and that's why I voted 3-1 for Tropical, because I'm not sure how well will they do on Muro. But I think they for sure can take at least one round on Himmel. And if they want to topple the result of the match entirely, if they take 2, then they even have a chance for a match.
They have indeed a possibility here. I actually changed my prediction after I saw everybody else's predictions.
Were they so one-sided? I haven't seen the others.
That was no fun, dude. I mean,
Okay.
Insane has 3-0. You and Kihan have 3-1. And I was going to put 3-1 for Tropical as well. I was like, you know what? So be it. Then I put 3-2 for Tropical.
Oh, you're so nice.
I gave CSA an extra round, which I didn't want to give them. But I did it anyways.
But you just said it here out loud just in case, you know.
Yeah, just in case.
Right?
Just in case it's 3-1. I just want everybody to know that.
But still,
right.
a low fate in the CSA. But as we said, like, they may surprise us. After the previous match, it's really hard to believe, but it's not something we've never seen before. So let's see what kind of spunk and what kind of spirit CSA still has left in them. Do they have some strats and amazing plays hidden that will be shown just and especially for a Tropical Cyclone, as we will enter the round soon. On the other hand, like, Tropical guys are doing really decent teamwork, good strats overall. So I'm not so sure how far can CSA take it.
How far can they take it? It's the big question. But we shouldn't write them down and out just yet. I mean, the match hasn't even begun yet. It's possible that they are able to show us that, you know, maybe Mines and Cliff, they're just not really our maps. But Himmels and Muro, we like those.
Yeah, Himmels is way more fun to watch always. There is so many variations how you can play it. The playground is really huge. Also, like, both sides can be played aggressive. They can be played slow, like, depending how you opt as defender or attacker. So I really like to watch it in any format, like whether it's like 7-on-7 or larger formats, it really doesn't matter.
Well, that's exactly what you're going to get to see today, as our first round will be taking place on Himmelsdorf here between CSA and Invil. Predictions again, yes, you know, Insane going for the 3-0, and Kihan and you for the 3-1, and me for the 3-2. We have every possible scenario in which Tropical wins, Mojo. Somebody is going to be right if Tropical wins.
It's really amazing when you think it, like, Himmelsdorf is one of the oldest maps and it's still by far one of the best. No matter how much time passed. Like, even the improvements that were done over time just kind of enhanced it a bit.
Yeah, maybe because there weren't that many improvements done, you know?
Yeah, there were changes.
But not
like they may look like a little, but they were like giving some new opportunities and positions. So, like, the banana line was changed. Like, a lot of little hideouts that you could take, like angles and stuff like that, all over the map are changed from the original map. That was much more simplistic, like, let's say it like that. But overall, the map in spirit stayed the same, and it's really still one of the best maps that ever went out.
We've seen a lot of different defenses, Mojo, and they've mainly been centered around the 1-2 line, if you remember.
Yeah, there was a lot of hard pressure on 1-2 line, with putting a guy on that little pocket so he can spot the enemy forces. So far, most of the teams completely flunked when they tried to counter it. And we said why. Everyone had time to watch, and there we go. There is a high pressure immediately from these guys toward the 1-2 line. They don't have a single TD, not even a single super heavy on Tropical Cyclone team. Like, really aggressive setup, capable for any kind of rotation. On the other hand, CSA a bit more modest. They do have one E100, so they have something meaty, and the rest is rather similar, like VZs, 50Bs, 113s, and one Batshot.
And again, Tropical is here going for that 1-2 line defense, Mojo, like we talked about a lot, which does expose cap number 2.
It does expose it a lot. Like, we already see that Batshot and 50B took the top of the hill. Zavi and Combat are there. And this is a rather decent displacement of the tanks from CSA, who are hiding themselves, but they're ready to shoot if Tropical actually does a massive push from one side. I don't think, like, Tropical is actually able to really push them. Like, these tanks are able to help each other really well from the CSA, and I don't think the Tropical should enter that area there, which is totally under CSA control now. After all, they're defending, and they should not look for just easy way out.
Hey, look, it's Himmelsdorf, and Fervi and his VZ takes the first shot of damage. I've seen this before somewhere. At the VZ, Fervi adds this attraction towards enemy shells. I mean, the IS-4 behind the hold on is going to be very hard to deal with. And no possibility here really for the side of either CSA or Tropical right now to make a play back on towards 1-2. I don't think CSA can repush. I don't think that Tropical can push it either.
Well, Froley is actually taking some of his chances. I don't know how smart is that. I guess he's gonna try maybe to go for that little middle street. Like maybe he's gonna take a turn and see what's going on here, you know? Because that is the only thing that I can imagine. Maybe pressure Vervi and Hacker to go a little back. And if that happens, then maybe they can pressure with more people. 50B Zavi is still on the hill. Bachat is on B0, as you can see him here, guys. And he's monitoring the Superconk. I don't think Superconk can see him though.
No, the path is too far away.
Yeah.
Ooh, Froley does get a nice connection there on towards Hacker. 614 for taking one in return. Not a bad start. Not a bad start whatsoever for CSA.
It's a big one, actually.
Yeah, that D100.
Is he even playing with small gun?
I mean, I hope so, because otherwise I'd be pretty upset by how much he low rolled.
Yeah.
I think most players will always opt to pick the DPM gun on the 100 over the big gun, to be honest.
You know, maybe CSA is just like new meta time. Hammer time. Like maybe they'll just invent something, but yeah, it's just high alpha by a small gun apparently. 4 minutes 45 seconds. We are almost close to the mid end of the game. As Insei was saying before, like since you have an 8-minute format, you don't have time for many rotations. So whatever CSA actually decides to do next will be actually their main attack, because you cannot cycle around too much. Like cap that they attack, that will be their final attack with cap pressure or with trying to kill all the tanks, and that's it. Since this cap on the rail is rather out of their hands, like they might try to go for all-out brawl because they know there is a super conk on A4. They might just try to pressure the 7 versus 6 scenario and try to cut out their forces. And there we go. This is actually happening. Saka, Zavi, and Cosmo are pressuring here for the position we said yesterday, if you remember. How can you kill this tank more reliably?
Yeah, the post-row tanks tried it, and Saka is going to take one from Pano. Pano does take one immediately in return, and takes one more from Zavi now as well. Zavi and Pano
they're still here.
Trading.
They're not on next one.
They're again trading from the middle part. Let's see if Saka is actually able to get a good angle on towards Itox. It does look like it, but look again. Here come the S-Kong shots that we saw last time again around. This is the same scenario where we saw Posserin, where they were just getting deleted, but at least Pano here is in a predicament in that 50B, not fully safe behind those rails, can get shot under, can get shot in between. Now running, Combat narrowly missing him. But again, I don't understand when teams keep peeking in the middle part if they want to pressure the IS-4. And now, again, Mojo, with 3 minutes, I'd like to point out, and Insane will be very happy about it, that cap number 2, base number 2 is completely open. And for the pickings, and Saka here trading against Smiley is not the way.
There is a Bachat rotating all the way around. He's going to pressure the number 2 cap. So there is a partial of what CSA wanted, like already achieved. Maybe they didn't do like any damage on Itox, more or less, but was there true intention from the start, or was this just a stolen opportunity? Remains to be seen. Saka took so much damage, and I don't think that paid off. Like, just if they wanted just the pressure on Itox so they could do the rotation, they could have done it more gentle for their own tanks.
And they could have
this is a total pressure to cap, man, and there is no reaction going on from Tropical.
Yeah.
E100 and Wizard are left to fend for themselves, and 5 guys from CSA are going all or nothing for upper cap.
They're not just going to kill this E100 in 1, 2, 3. Has a lot of HP, as you can see. Still 2k to play around with. And he's getting pressured by an S-Kong and another tank there. I think it's still 113. So they have to clear out the south. In the meantime, the triple cap has started here for the side of CSA. 27 seconds. And I think that Profuse will one way or another be forced to go for this one, as the fight in the south will definitely be won by Tropical. But the cap play here is important. 18 seconds. Profuse will have to commit for it. And will they be able to pick up Profuse in return? If Xavi goes now, he might be able to stop him from decapping at all. If that's the play here, this might be beautiful for CSA. Well, Combat shouldn't even be peeking here anymore. He should be going back. He does that. 4 seconds. No reset in sight. Xavi there with the perma-track on towards Profuse is going to not steal this round away as Combat barely gets reset by the 50B. 6 seconds now. 5 seconds. Xavi has to fully commit on the block here. 3 seconds. Combat did get reset, but now the reset from behind comes back in for the side of Tropical. And I don't know, Mojo. I think Combat could have sat safe there.
That was really, really close, but it was not Combat who was resetted at the end. I think they didn't pack a couple of the shells on that and that costed them, because when the push on the back by Tropical comes, they have to go forward, and that conch was still alive there. And I think at the end of the day, that costed them the game. Tropical almost did a major mistake, but it's still not over the HP. So close, but all of that HP lying on Combat will not help their case. He may pick up some of the one-shots, but Saka is already dead. He's the last guy surviving against 5 guns, and that is never working out. HE shell for the end, and Vervi picks up, or was it Hacker? Hacker picks up the kill, and we have a really decent victory overall for Tropical Cyclone. CSA almost sold them this trick. This is a really old trick, and they almost sold it to them. If they lost a little less HP when they were pressuring twice 4, they actually might have pulled it off.
Yeah, and again, they peaked the bad gap. I would like to call it the bad gap, because the S-Kongs were able to shoot it, and Pano even almost made this a worthwhile trade for this.
I would really like to know, like, after, like, maybe Insane knows, like, on a minimap, like, which angle of... There are 3 gaps there. We obviously know that first 2 are heavily punished for the rail. Is the third one really that viable to deal with the ice floor?
It's much
or they're
safer.
just missing out on it?
I think it's much safer, because you can only get shot by the S-Kong and the Ice 4. How many reset points does Spino have? Only 12 reset points. Who has most? Verbi has 24, Smite has 43. It's not really important. That was all late decaps. Itox has 91 decap points. He got reset from behind. Wasn't it Combat that got reset on the cap?
No. No. It was always the guys that were behind. Combat was never shot until the very end.
It definitely wasn't the S-Kong then, though. Like, it definitely was not...
No. Like, that's what I told you. Like, they came from the back. Ice 4 came from the back. So they wanted to go forward, and they had to deal with this Super Kong, but they still took one in the ass because they were hesitating because of the Super Kong. If this Kong on the front end was dead, they would just shift their tanks all from the upper side, and they would never be resetted. They hesitated because they knew he will shoot them. Although he was only 700 HP, their game was not evolving around the cap in that moment. It's just like surviving.
They made so many like bad trades there, and they still almost won if they,
Yeah, overall in spirit, this was a good play. It's just like they lost too much HP on the way.
I still don't get it. Like when Verbi gets spotted in the south, you know that it's basically a full 1-2 defense. It definitely opens up the sort of strategy where I think Insane talked about it, where you don't have that much information as a defender, like where exactly their tanks are, right? And when they are able to, and also you can spot all rotations from the window from Seago, you can spot all the rotations. It allows you to pressure the northern cap with just a batch shot in a 50B, for example. You will see how much is rotating back, so you know that it's maximum an S-Kong there. If he crosses over, he dies, and they can't still push the south because you have the number of the guns available to protect it.
Well, information is all powerful in this game like any other, but then also follows like a decision making by the team. I mean, Saka and the guys made a decision to pressure that Ice 4, lost so much HP to it, and at the end it really costed them the game. Like everything else is just vital. They lost by free count around 3000 HP there, I think. And if you watch like entire enemy team, at the end they had 3000 HP. What would be if they had like full tanks? They could just literally send one guy straight in front of that conch and trade and not give a damn.
Yeah, and even if the Conqueror dies, they can just push around the corner, go behind the wreck of the 50B, But anyways, next round. Triple 113, a 50B, and you 100, and S-Conk and a VZ for the side of CSA, matching up against 5 113, a 50B and an S-Conk for the side of Tropical.
Way more unilateral build-up by Tropical here. Let's see how they plan to use it. A slight HP advantage for CSA just based on their tanks because they have an even 100. But that's about that. They're opting to immediately put most of their forces toward the 8 line because they suspect there might be some shenanigans going on there. But on the other hand, Tropical has nothing to do with it. They send a 50B and they're going 1-2 line.
I thought CSA was missing the spot on 1-2, but Lukin has now shifted and is looking towards that. Pano's been spotted out. So does CSA react now with, for example, an 8-line play?
Oh, the thanks for spotting. Hacker is going toward that position, toward the house. He's gonna shift left. Oh, he's dodging, he's waving his gun. Don't hit me, don't hit me. One shell received, not too much. He does give a critical info to his team how many people shot him, so they should know that there is not that many guys there. Like, why is he important on this position? Because he can harass the enemy team from the back, but now this is like really dubious. Is he ready to take another one in DS for free?
Oh, I am fearing for Saka's life here. There's a big mean group of Tropical tanks that don't look to be about to be stopping anytime soon, marching straight onto the 8-line. Saka actually might be making the best possible play here. No, is he going to continue forward? Yes, it looks like it. Now he's going to try and get around the corner. The Tropical tanks are not stopping. They want the bigger target. They want the juicier target, per se. It's the big E100. Saka takes 2. Lucky to get out of that even, but now Froley is in trouble. Xavi is putting on the crossfire, and Tropical here kind of getting dragged in between every corner, every crack that CSA can find. Froley is going to go down, but the trade is not that great. Smiley is down towards the 2-shot, and they're still going to take some time to kill Froley. In the meantime, they have Hacker isolated as well on 1-2 line.
No, like Tropical actually needs to do something really better, because they will drop one guy of CSA now, but can they consolidate their lines and trade better? Smiley is down to 700. But we also need to think, what can actually CSA do about it except just hold the corners, because there are still pockets of defense. They don't have really centralized defense. Saka is going to have to fight Profus 1-1 as far as I can see also. And there is 1-113 fighting on 1-113 in the back. So we have 3 possible battlefields here. The cluster here, the main cluster we see, plus the 2 on the bottom side, and all of them will influence the game. Tropical is now getting ahead of HP and ahead of guns. They are still 6-5 guys, 6-4 almost, because I mean, the HP of CSA is just rapidly throwing down.
Yeah, the 1v1s all over the place. Now Lukin is getting pushed on by those 113s from Tropical. They are actually able to pick up gun after gun after gun. In the meantime, Saka has lost his 1v1 against Profus. It's kind of an unfavored trade there in a 1-13 against an Eskunk. And now Xavi and Cosmo, again, they're fighting 2v1s at both scenarios there. Both Cosmo, both Xavi in a 2v1. Those lines from CSA, they were stretched thin, and Tropical able to overrun those tanks one by one, pick up the guns. The initial trades weren't that good, but then later on, they got Froley, then they got the 50B, then they got another 113, and Hacker and Profus actually both won their 1v1s, their respective 1v1s, making it 2-0 for Tropical and also match point.
Yeah, I would say like this is a really good play by Tropical here. It wasn't really proper 1-1s because all of the guys were chipped before, you know, while the guys were passing. Like Saka was already on half HP and he has to deal with against the Super Kong, but still, like, really good reactions by Tropical there without any panic. They took the damage, but they also preserved the number of the guns at all the times. And yes, CSA had a really good crossfires and everything, but at the end of the day, once the dominoes start falling, they couldn't help each other behind the corners. You have to dig in and you need to fight close and you need to pen the shells.
I got an important question here. Combat was mainly near the fight the whole time, but his damage number, something isn't right with it.
What the hell? He did only 1 pen out of the entire clip? How did that happen?
Good question.
I mean, he was in a main supporting group. Well, the results shows the way. 2-0 for Tropical. CSA in a row losing 6 rounds today. Not a great time to be playing and being part of that team at the moment. What can you do? Himmelsdorf is done. Complete whitewash. Tropical leading 2-0. Already a match point because this is a lower bracket finals. It's best of 5. And we will be watching Murovanka next, which is the pick from Tropical. CSA will have the defense side first, so something that goes for them. And Tropical will be doing attack. Yesterday they had some good approach for that. We will see what will they opt to play for now.
Yeah, we saw Tropical play Muro already, and if you CSA and you watch them play against Invil, you better be prepared to defeat what they brought, because they didn't just beat Invil, they stomped Invil on Muro.
Yeah, Invil looked like they were making massive mistakes on Muro. It does look like Piotr prepared like Tropical really well for that Muro. They lost other maps miserably after, but Muro was very dominant and opening for their match with 2-0. So yesterday's match, if you haven't seen it, guys, like you should maybe take your time and watch it in some later date. So we definitely know that Muro is Tropical's good side. And this is one of the maps. Like I expected that at best CSA maybe can take 1-1 on Himmel. And this is not a map I have high hopes. But still, this is a defense. As I said, they're all foxes. There's still time. It's a bit late, but there's still time.
I just want to, I picked a prediction to be different, right? There's no need to rub it in.
You are always different. No worries there.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Sure.
But now Muro, who's defending first?
CSA, as I said. So that goes for them.
Yeah, true. It's kind of a tough call for CSA, because if you're on their side, you kind of want to have that light to spot out the eastern side of the map, on the cap number 2. But also, if you looked at Tropical's lineup yesterday, which was big, meaty, and heavy...
And they didn't play with light.
Yeah, you also start to question your light tank pick.
Well, we've seen teams that played with light. They didn't do that bad because of light. The rest of the tanks were a problem. But anyways, both of the teams opting to play without the light. Tropical in their attack, again, as Lucky said, big, fat, meaty, and juicy. Double conch, crown wagon, I7, double 113, and a butchet for that mobility and rotation. CSA way lighter than them, having 4 mediums.
Yeah, CSA
in defense.
CSA not coming out with the T100, but at least this lineup allows them to rotate, per se, Mojo, to go around the map. But look at this, man. Look, Tropical doesn't care. They're like, we go straight for the cap. We know we have a lot of mediums. Smiley does get tracked, does get health, but you see the i7 against Crown Heat is an extremely annoying tank to shoot at. The i7 very bouncy in those scenarios.
Unless you're a close combat like we saw yesterday, and then you get penned every single time. But distance shots are a different story. So Itox is already challenging the cap together with Smiley now, double cap going on, and we have a crossfire around them. It's a really simple and straightforward plan that Tropical is doing. Yeah, let's go. Cap with guys here. We have a conch here, we have a butchet here, we have guys covering here, and let's see what will CSA do about it. But this is a really interesting now. Combat Xavi and Cosmo coming from the lower side. Profus is in a deep problems.
Can we get an F in chat for Profus when you see this in 10 minutes? Because this man is about to be pounded on by not 1, not 2, but 3 CSA tanks. And yes, he does get a nice traction shot there on towards Combat. Combat also shooting APCR. Combat just peek wide and help Xavi. Xavi is currently in the middle of his clip. Finally, Combat does that what he's supposed to do. Doesn't connect the shell. This man is not having a good time right now. 12 seconds, though, remaining on the cap. There has to be a reset here coming out from the side of CSA. The HP lead is on favor of Tropical. But look at this. Oh, what? Is that an HG? Is that an HG
yes,
fire?
That was definitely an HG that set him on fire, man. That's not what Tropical needed. That kind of equals the HP here. So there is still some momentum for CSA, because now all of these heavy tanks are stuck in the middle and they're not really participating. Now Lukin is on a chopping board here. White Rock and Hacker are in his face. They're trying to delete him from the game. That's gonna be a very important kill for Tropical if they manage to do it, which should happen any second now, but 40 HP and still struggling. Never mind that.
Lukin is now down and out. The cap is still going strong here for the side of Tropical, but I don't think they can hold this gap. I don't think this is possible. They still have Seago in K2, who is able to put crossfiring shots in combat. Picks up White Rock now, which is a very important kill as well. And CSA, for the first time in forever, what it seems like, is now with an HP lead and a tank lead against Tropical.
I would say even a positional lead, because they can spread their forces now and do something about his cap, but it's still not a done game. Vervi trying to confront the upper side of the battlefield. That tank Cosmo taking 2 shells by him and by a butshot. So he is now in that hole and he knows exactly where Panuka is. That's the biggest problem now for Tropical. Xavi is giving up. He knows that his flimsy armor cannot cope with the protection that those other tanks give, so he's gonna rotate around. Cosmo now, on the other hand, will harass Vervi permanently from this position.
Yeah, you gotta remember that Verbi cannot really push Cosmo, because in the meantime, Froley has picked up Itox in his Kranwagen, and he goes down. Panu now pushing across. Xavi is gonna be watching that, and Sakalito gets a nice kill there. He deserves at least 1 or 2 burritos for that, as now CSA are going to make it 2-1 on Morovanka defense, as only Smiley left standing. He's going to be down and out. And their Profuse, yeah, well, there's not much you can do when you get surrounded by 3 tanks. He even got lucky that combat was, I don't know, man. Some weird play there. You know, like Xavi's committing to the clip. Combat is shooting APCR and is trying to shoot a cooldown S-Conk instead of just going to Xavi and killing him together.
Like, whatever happened there happened, but CSA had a really mobile setup, and Tropical didn't respond correctly and in kind. They had a couple of tanks spread out. I don't think they expected that CSA will attack them so aggressively from a lower side, but CSA actually did the most logical thing. They completely avoided the frontal confrontation with the enemy that they knew they're gonna lose to, and they used their mobile tanks to their fullest, like CSs and Batshots flanking all the time, doing side shots, and multiplying themselves over one enemy at a time. So when that domino effect started, when the first Kong fell, that was just pretty much a matter of time. When will the game end? As long as they could control the cap, which they could at all the times. So good game for CSA finally.
But HE Fire helping out a little bit, but I think they would have won even without the...
They would. I think they already had the control of the map by that moment. Damage really nice on those CSs, like almost 4k each.
Sigo had a really good position in K2. He's unspotted. He has a reset angle onto the cap on the southern part, which is always an issue if they were push 1-2, and shots onto 1-2 line as well. It was good positioning.
So overall, finally, CSA broke their past, let's say, like their lack of games. So first game won in a while for 2-1, remaining in a match against Tropical, but now we are shifting the sides, and CSA will be attacking on Morovanka for staying in the match. Of course, as we already know, Tropical already, worst case scenario, will play the tiebreaker. The best case scenario for them, the match is over in the next game.
Yeah, indeed. I hope, CSA has broken the losing streak, and now I hope they break all of your predictions as well while we're at it by picking up another round here on Morovanka, where they're going to be attacking arguably the hardest side. What can they bring? We obviously haven't seen them play this yet on the live stage, so we'll have to see if they can surprise us. I mean, I like Tropical's strat that they brought against Invil on Moro, but this time, CSA had, I don't know, either was their initial opening or their read of the game was very good to pick up those tanks that were isolated, because the Tropical's start seemed to be pretty similar to what it was before.
Yeah, that was really a recycled version of what they played before. It was like really similar. And CSA just opted, like they will attack that and we will pressure from the lower side. I mean, picking up so many fast tanks really says that they were ready if there is a pressure from the lower side of the map. So if they try to play a mind game, I saw like one of the CSs was sent down all the way to the water, if you saw, like next to that rock. Well, there were a couple of snipers around, but overall they were ready to push the lower side with 3 tanks from the start of the game, while they're playing only like a soft hold over the cap up. So that was their plan, and it worked. But next game on, we are watching now, as we said, CSA on attack and Tropical Cyclone on their defense, a match point for Tropical.
CSA on the attack, bringing out the T100, the double bat, the double 277, and the double Kran, 2 of each. Tropical, IS4, high 7, Kran, double Super Conqueror, a bat, and a T100. not
Interesting.
a real surprise.
Interesting that actually both of the teams picked T100. When the picks are done, you do not know what other team has, guys. So it's a completely blind until they ready the tanks. And it's interesting that both didn't have a light in the first game, but they do now.
Yeah,
it's a good read.
Pano there knocked over the 3 at the house, J5, J6, which is one of the more common positions. I wouldn't advise him to go sit in it now, because I think it did knock over the 3, and that's like, you usually do that as a bait, you knock over the 3, and then after that, you simply go sit in a different bush,
Yeah, when we were casting the Gold League before, there were so many bushes there that you could explore. Like, we were watching them from the bird's perspective. It's not really easy to clear them, even when you know what you're doing and when you are actually training this format all the time. So clearing a light is not an easy job, but the position where Panuka is rather default, and it should not be that hard to find.
Yeah, I don't really like the position that he's currently in, to be completely honest with you. Because, a lot of teams will knock over that 3, knock over some fences, and then go sit in another bush. Because they're going to spend at least 30 seconds blind firing that exact spot.
I mean, they probably opted for that position so they can see them earlier while approaching, but also that position carries its own risks. It also carries like a possibility to hide behind the house. So I think they just want to have some info and hide. There we go. There is a first blind shot coming in on Panuka. And the team of CSA should know it by now. They should know that he ate one shot.
Yeah, he's able to go behind the house though. So that's a nice thing for Pano. He has some room to play with. He's now taking the different bush as he got blind fired once, but Sigo will know that he was there. He does a spotting check, which basically means he shoots in the air. That way, he notices if he got spotted or not.
The problem for CSA here is if they really opt for this cap, it's really hard for them. They have 2 obstacles. Like, one is they need to deal with Panuka, because if they put someone on cap, he just needs to peek and other people will shoot it. Other one is still IS-7 behind. So they are shifting their attention toward the other side of the battlefield. And we need to see how will that pan out. Like, they're going already to the church. They're spotted. Saka, Cosmo, and Froley are spotted. The damage is sinking in slowly, but not much. So far, only 1 shell. Smiley is not penning his crown shells, but actually he's receiving some in return.
Yeah, he is receiving some shells in return. It seems like CSA just wants to establish the under position, and they take a big shot there from the IS-7 from Koma, which they can't currently spot in K3. But if Koma gets spotted out here, he's not going to be having a good time.
Is in a big problem. Also, they should be able to find an angle to shoot better the T100 now from the city. And Sigo is taking a really aggressive approach, man. Froley taking a shell from Smiley, but Sigo is the real danger because he's gonna try to flush out the I-7 and Panuka. Now I-7 is spotted. Sigo's losing half HP for this pleasure. Almost entire HP. He's on 1 shot. They should not really be losing him that cheap.
Yeah, and they don't have currently anybody to pick up Panu whatsoever.
What the hell?
I mean, he goes for it, but Panu is still alive at this point. Panu even goes despotted on the side of the house, so this play there from Sigo, you could say, not the greatest.
Not even in the close. Like, I would expect him to to have Panuka deleted first, so they could play the others. As example, if you are playing
they do
that...
get Panu. They do get Panu.
Oh, that was blind shooting. Nice.
This normally triggers a reaction from the side of Tropical. It should trigger a reaction. Itox is actually pressuring forward in his IS-4.
Yeah, he's doing the pressure, but what can they actually do against the enemy? I mean, they will have to collide on these 2 tanks and hope to delete them without receiving much damage, which is very possible because as far as I saw, CSA is doing some rotation. So there is a brawl coming in. Profus is taking so much damage on, but Cosmo is getting deleted immediately, Ducky.
But in return, though, Smiley also falls in quick succession, and Profus is low HP, and now Saka is trading out against Itox. Froley is repositioning to go more safe, and in the meantime, all this time that is passing, Lukin is reloading. If Lukin gets to fire another clip here, that would be disastrous for those S-Gongs. He's gonna do the big damage. In the meantime, Koma is getting pushed on by the double bat that's off screen. Fury is actually trying to support that as well. Combat goes down towards a 1 shot for that. Hacker does get a full clip on towards that combat. Should be going down. No! The non-connection coming out there from the side of Vuri, and now Combat might actually be going into the hole down. No, he doesn't make that. He gets picked up in return, and now it's a 4v3 for the side of Tropical, but 2 low HP, so Itox down towards a one-shot, 215 HP, Broly in the crown, picks up Itox.
That's a big thing, man. That's a big thing for CSA, especially since they have that Bacha that can roam around. I mean, Tropical does have a hacker on full HP, but he's the highest HP guy at the moment. And now this Bachat of CSA has a really good playground. He needs to join forces with his 2 crown wagons, and I believe like they should pressure the 1 cap now. 2 cap should be really completely abandoned. It's like way too open. 2 minutes 20 seconds. There has to be some cap pressure, but it's not enough.
Yeah, there has to be some crap pressure, Mojo. You have this correct, and it doesn't seem to be happening just yet. 2 minutes. Xavi's actually closing the distance, Mojo. Do you agree with this play?
I guess he is forced to, because he needs to close in ranks. They need to touch the cap immediately. Like at least one of the guys from CSA has to touch the cap so he can be backed up. But now we have both Froly and Xavi from the lower side, man, and they are in attacking role. I don't like this, not even a slightest at the moment. Right. Can Vervi see them while they're rotating? That damage done in that moment can be really a game breaker and game decider.
I don't know why Lucan didn't start the cap here already. But
I have no idea, man. Like, what the hell?
Now the Quan is pushing forward though. The crown of Froly, and in the meantime, Xavi is actually going for the play on towards Perfuse. He does get spotted out, but it's Lucan taking the shot actually as a bait. Hacker's now spotted out as well on the outside. Lucan's pushing forward. Froly is trying to get saved. Verwi and Perfuse, can they connect? No, Verwi misses onto Xavi. That's important, that's crucial. Now Xavi gets one. Can he get another one before Perfuse hits his shot? Yes, he can. Beautiful stuff there from Xavi. Now Lucan clipping out on towards Verwi. In the meantime, Hacker's going for the 1v1 against Froly. He should be taking at least 2 shells for that. Hacker loses his engine as well, so he's not able to circle. Froly gets a whole clip off on towards Hacker. Now Xavi should be going for Hacker here, as Lucan should be going for the 1v1 with Verwi. He has 4 seconds left on reload on his Grand Wagon. It's very important that Lucan connects his shell now. Hacker is on the run though, Mojo. He's trying to hide. Lucan connects on the first. He needs to get a second one. Cannot let his S-Cook reload, and he does not let him reload. And now he's looking towards Hacker. Can he get a shell on towards that as well? It doesn't look like it. Xavi knows that Hacker is still reloading. How many shells does Xavi has? I think he has 3 shells currently available. 27 seconds, and if Xavi can get this, we're going to tiebreaker. 15 seconds left now for the reload of Hacker. Xavi has the speed though. Hacker hits the corner of the building. Xavi coming around. Can he connect on the first? No, he can't. Xavi, 14 seconds. Hacker's up reload. Who has the first shot? No, Hacker's turret is locked down. And it's going to be CSA Mojo. I don't know if you noticed, but there's Xavi with that shell. I think Hacker had the reload, but Xavi knocked out his turret, so he couldn't turn it.
It's amazing ending here, and actually CSA bringing us to the tiebreaker in a drama llama, a last second ending here. Like, I actually thought that he panicked too much, and while driving away he lost like a bloom of his like gun, and that's why. But I didn't see that his turret was damaged in that moment. Like, what an RNGesus moment. He even had a first shell.
Yeah, I do think he had the first shell. I do think indeed that he had a first shell, but then the Sigo play, I mean, yeah, he spotted out the T100 from Pano, but I think there are different ways to drive that you can arrive
I mean,
unspotted.
in my eyes, so I think he could have just like driven from the lower side, you know, and proxy.
The way you drive normally, yeah, is indeed, it's like a J line, basically, and you use the house, you know, the undestructible house where Pano is behind, and you put it in between you and the S-Kungs on the bridge.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. he could have just driven next to the house, like from the lower side, and proxied the Pano. Like, he would have nowhere to run because 277s already were on the hill on the side. And he would proxy him, and then he can spot the I7, and he really didn't have to die. Like, that was the old usual way how you do this. I was really surprised. Like, why were they doing this? Did they think that Pano actually ran away somewhere else in another bush or something like that? I'm not sure. But anyways, like, it was a really dramatic ending. It was fun to watch, at least. But we will be watching a tiebreaker now. And on a tiebreaker, Tropical had the fastest attack on Himmel, as far as the guys said. And they will be picking the side.
Yeah, tiebreaker goes down. I think you always pick defense there. Yeah, and Tropical does confirm the def on Ghost Town. Not a real surprise there. You know, you want time to work in your favor, not against you.
Of course, like I've rarely seen people in tiebreaker picking a attacking side, to be honest, and it usually didn't end well if they did.
True. Mojo, let's take a moment in time to pray and think about all those loss predictions from our caster and analyst segment.
Oh yeah, but someone went 3-2. I'm pretty sure about that.
Funny that you mention it. That's correct, Mojo. You know, it's hard having a sixth sense, Mojo. It's hard.
It's very hard. Okay. It's okay to be like right once in time, you know?
Once in time?
Like yesterday you were flunking it all over the place. So like
yesterday I was making predictions for fun, you know?
Totally.
Yeah, we were playing for fun yesterday. Today we're out for glory. Something along those lines.
Well, this prediction is just next to amazing, same as the ending of the last game. I can tell you that. Like bringing a team like a Tropical that was really constant all the way through the tournament, after losing 6 games in a row, CSA actually bringing this to the tiebreaker is just amazing. Can they be amazing enough to actually overcome this last hurdle and win their attack on Ghost Town? That remains to be seen. So you should not gloat yet. It's not done.
Yet is just
you already buried them in your mind, although they won just now.
yet is just indicating at a future point, Mojo, and that future point is coming at a high speed train here, as obviously Tropical is gonna absolutely wipe the floor with CSA and Ghost Town.
Let us see when the time comes. When they pick the tanks.
CSA and Ghost Town, it just doesn't sound like a happy marriage, you know.
Well, you never know. Maybe they will take something like you won the last tournament. If the stress don't work, YOLO.
YOLO? I don't know if we're going to be seeing that from CSA, but we might. I'm not really sure what to expect from them on Ghost Town. Actually, we know what to expect from Tropical. They've shown us some good stuff. It didn't work out against Invil. But then again, Invil also played really well on their Ghost Town. So
to be honest, like the YOLO that Fame did on Ghost Town was really well up to one point. If it was better executed, they would have a win on that game.
Yeah, if they had some French guys screaming at them, stop, allez, go, left, and then some less nice words, it would have probably worked out.
Well, we didn't have any of that. We saw what happened in that game. Like, we will see what tank lineups will these guys pick. Both of them are now on equal footing. They're playing one last game to stay in the tournament and to play a final game against Invil. So a lot at the stake, because the winner of this game will automatically be in the money and the loser will stick to golden bonds.
Yeah, and either of those teams would not be happy with just golden bonds when they've gone so far to reach this point. Double Siesta for the side of Tropical, Mojo, and 4S Kungsen and IS4 behind this.
Like, this is a big threat they wanted to for defense. There is nothing to even attempt to hide at this moment. But interesting, CSA sending really defensive setup, although they're attacking, like hiding all the guys on a corner. 277 hugging that K line, and their mediums are also in the back. Why do you think this is the case, Zaki?
I'm not sure. Maybe they're just still on strat sketch, you know, discussing how they're gonna play it. Saka's like, let me take K3 and then we win game. Easy.
I mean, look at this number of the tanks here. Like, they're just sitting around here, not moving much.
True. I think they just want to establish positions first, Mojo. You know, they see the Tropical lineup could actually push them with those amount of S-Kongs if they wanted to. So, you know, hold the angles, watch for aggression. If Saka takes K3, then we go on the outside on the H line, we progress, we start taking position, we start surrounding the map slowly but surely, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like the old foxes from CSA are trying to play games with the nerves of the guys from Tropical Cyclone, because maybe they're counting they're kind of younger on the tournaments that they are, and they can maybe exploit it. So they managed to sneak like a 277 here, and after that they send Combat in his Bachat and Cosmo in CS. So we have 3 guys here and the focused group of CSA tanks in this corner here. Well, I would say Tropical is also not that much dispersed, but Panuka might be in a problem here slightly.
Saka is able to cross the skill line without taking any damage whatsoever, which is a ideal situation if you think about it. Panu does spot out combat, he does spot out Sakalito, he does need to be ready and in position to run away if this Bacha decides to close the distance even further. But so far, step-by-step program here for CSA. Step 1 and 2 completed. Take K1, J1, take K3, wrap around the H line.
This is good positioning by CSA at the moment. Step by step, I would say. They even established like these angles of shooting that they can have like this, covering their teammates who are in the city. You can see that clearly.
Hacker, though, not having a good time there. I think he's ammo-racked as well for a while.
Yeah. He apparently doesn't have a repair kit available, so he's on almost 1900 HP, but no ammo rack on Super Kong. That's not a great place. At the moment, Tropical Cyclone is bleeding way more HP than CSA, but it's still minor trades. What's the bigger problem for Tropical is they're kind of stuck on one position in a city. Do they want to try and counter push here? They're gonna bleed a lot for that, because actually, no matter how dispersed CSA looks, they can cover each other really well from these positions.
Even the CS is starting to join now towards the S-Kongs. They see the 1-2 play, and I think they're reacting themselves by pushing here onto CSA. Lucan is going to be the first target. Lucan actually is kind of alone, Mojo, if you think about it. Froly, yes, he's in cover position, but in reality, nobody's able there to take some shots for him, and Lucan is going to be the first focus here all together. It's going to drop down towards a one-shot, but Furry now takes the brunt of CSA straight to the face as Lucan finally gets that what he needs, which is a buddy, a friend. But Itox doesn't care. Itox commits onto getting this kill, and Tropical here down on HP, but at least the 2 tanks from CSA are not into the fight yet. Combat is now arriving though with his shells. Can they get Xavi out of the fight? It doesn't look like it just yet. Prokus has found himself a beautiful little hold down though, gotta say it. But now in return, Froly is the next focus here. Smiley should be picking it up, but no, Froly just about repositioning. Look at it, he just about gets to play in a side script position. White Rock picks it up, but in return loses his life. And now the repush coming out from Xavi and his 277 friend. Was this to push too far? It doesn't look like it, as Seeker's about to close it out. In return, Hacker is not killing Xavi, and can you believe it, Mojo? CSA currently up 5 guns against the mere 3 from Tropical. 2-0 down, coming off a 4-0 defeat against Invil. But it looks like, for now at least, actually back into a 3-on-3. Maybe I spoke too soon. Saka now not in the greatest position either. Hacker is dueling with Sigo though, but Cosmo is going for Smiley, who's ammo-racked in the meantime. Sigo now taking a lot of damage. Hacker needs to be careful here. He doesn't actually take another one from Sigo. He does connect his. Smiley is not going to be killing this S-Kong from Sigo. Sigo's not going to be picked up by Hacker. Now Cosmo kills Hacker in return. It's Panu in a 1v2. We've seen stranger things happen today.
Oh, why is Saka going that way? He should just be taking the cooldown and hiding like behind that hill. But okay, he's still not overpeaking. He's just checking where Panuka is. I'm just gonna say in this game like CSA. What the hell, man? This game came out of nothing. Even after getting caught with their pants down in the middle of the rotation, CSA still had good enough crossfire and reaction to deal with this massive push by Tropical Cyclone. Now Panuka, can you repeat the Rishek? Do you have a potential to do it on this map? It's way harder, less bushes, bro, and the center cap is kind of tricky to play. Can you do it, mate?
He misses on Saka, which is an important shot because Saka would have been a one-shot.
52 seconds, 50 and counting. Panuka has to close the distance. We've seen the way that the cheeky light played from the 7 line, shooting yesterday through the arches as example from these positions here. He was resetting like this. Like, will he try to repeat that, or he's gonna chase some more mundane approach? Does he have time for that? 30 seconds to go. It does look like a lot, but it actually can like fly away like nothing.
Saka now readjusting. Cosmo is in this hold on, watching over. If Spano can get a reset here on Saka to begin with, this could be good. He does get it, but now Cosmo is just going for it.
Cosmo should follow.
Cosmo should follow. For the push. Cosmo's going for the push on that full HP with his CS, and Saka's soon in trail of him as well. If Cosmo doesn't flunk the shot here, Panu is actually going to kill Saka here. Okay, now it's a 1v1. Cosmo could potentially lose this, but it doesn't look like it to be happen. The CS is mainly easily penetratable unless you don't aim. And now Panu in this 1v1. Panu down towards the one-shot. Cosmo on 950, it's 965, is going to be picking it up. And it's going to be CSA moving on to the grand finals against the rematch against Invil.
Oh, these guys, man, whenever you count them and discard them, they just come back down crawling. And yeah, you were talking about us like 3-2. Like, what a fitting ending, 1-1 at the end to break all of our prognosis down to the bottom of the well.
Mojo, name a more iconic duo, Tropical and losing on match point.
Man, this is the second tournament in a row. Jesus. And this is not even the final.
It's the same thing as in the 50v50 lower bracket, up match point, then lose. Another tournament, also up
5.4k damage for Cosmo, a fitting carry game. I mean, he had a really brilliant position to cover his teammates up from the hill, and he performed, and he did deliver. So there is one savior for his team always, I guess.
Yeah, Cosmo, I think he was the tank on the K3 position.
Yes, he was on a hill, and he was sniping from there all the time.
And connecting. Like, the thing is, when Tropical pushed, CSA was just doing some stuff left and right, and they were not really carefully monitoring them. They didn't expect it, and they were really caught with their pants down. But they really had a close number of tanks, so they managed to do some focus fire, and their focus fire was just that better. That's it. Like, amazing ending for this game. CSA, after losing 6 games in a row, 4 against Invil, and then 2 against Tropical, being on the verge of 1 game from being thrown out from the tournament, just clinging by this close every game, winning in the last second the previous one, winning this one 1-on-1, breaking the Duckies' predicaments, and winning. Unfortunate.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Yeah, Mojo, well, that was more than enough from the two of us for now. We'll be back for the grand finals, but for now, Insane and Kihan, take it away.
Well, hello back there with the two of us, and what a comeback. Actual remontada. Clean sweep on the back. I think CSA should change their logo, honestly, from like the Czech lion to a phoenix that rises out of the ashes. After losing 6 in and that way they actually managed to secure their spot in the grand finals, which coincidentally is going to be the same matchup as...
Well, I don't know if that was CSA or just the Tropical syndrome to just go match point and to just lose it all the time. They were 2-0 against Invil, they lost 4-2. Like in the past WoT7, they were 3-0 up and they lost 4-2 in the finals against Invil, so I don't know. That just keep repeating, and I hope that's gonna be the last time for them, because that has to be very frustrating. On the other side, CSA, they were starting pretty badly, 2-0 down. With some rounds they could win, especially the first similar rounds, but we're gonna get into this right after. They managed to get back on their feet on Muro, and then the surprising, very steady attack on Ghost Town at the end. And they took that match. That's actually deserved, I would say. They played better than Tropical on those 3 last rounds. So definitely, I really hope that now they are going to have something better to show against Invil. It's going to be hard. That's basically the 3rd match they're going to have to play in a row. So I think Invil is just sitting on their spot and just waiting for them. But I hope and I think they can show something now.
And yeah, before we get into analyzing those replays, first of all, one question that I saw pop up in chat actually quite a lot. 277 versus 113, when to pick which?
Well, the 277 has the advantage of the alpha damage, 490 against 440. The 113 is basically used for the gun DPM and for the extra HP you got. Other than that, the 113 is worse. Like, the turret is more likely in the middle of the tank, so for all the picks, the 277 with the turret more likely on the front of the tank works better. For the alpha damage, the burst works better. Also, it's kind of slightly more mobile with the 277, you're faster. So 113, when you want to have extra HP, extra DPM, you're going to use it. But otherwise, I would prefer myself using 277.
Alright, so we got that one covered. And here we go directly into the replays. So there you go.
Yeah, so the first one was Himmels. We have seen that happen a lot of times. CSA didn't take their lessons from that Himmels aspect, because we have seen Tropical exactly in the same situation against the Polish team, Potswitch, yesterday. They are making the same mistake-ish, I would say, to pick here. They're not taking in consideration all of those things in the 1-2 lines from the side of Tropical, so they are losing a lot of HP. You could see the trades were not on point. They realized at the end that the weaknesses were on the base too, but there is a massive mistake from the side of CSA. They are controlling the south rotation, so they have to use the 2 tanks that are out of the cap to push the AB line and to block Profus. You could see this 1-1-3 on the D line, and you could see Xavi in his 50B. They could have pushed simply on the north and completely block and kill Profus, and that would be a clean victory from them. Even Combat risking there to pick. CSA, they had the solution, but they didn't make it the best to make it work, sadly. And Tropical, on the other side, they were ready for the rotation.
Also, I love how Profus basically waited there until there was only 1 second on cap to do the shot to reset, even though he was reloaded quite some time before this. But yeah, round 2, here we go.
On the second round, you could see Tropical going for the straight aggression around the 1-2 lines. They wanted to straight up go aggressive against CSA. CSA going for something different. We said it. They have to gamble. They have to play different. They made something different, but they were not really ready for this type of gameplay, like going for the north instead. And you could see Tropical, after going for the 1-2, re-pushing the banana massively. They are going for the overmatch. You see 6 yellow tanks just rushing into those white tanks. They were really spread, and Tropical, they could use that to their advantage to pick up the tanks from CSA one by one. The first one was Foldy to drop with his Honda, and later on you could see also the players, they were just trading better from the side of Tropical, and they managed to win that match and to go 2-0 up because of those player skills.
I mean, here we just see the individual plays just going everywhere in favor of Tropical. Also, what I felt like basically the defense by CSA, it felt so strangely disjointed, because once that 8-line push really started to pick up steam, then suddenly all of the CSA tanks were sort of isolated.
Exactly. Next up we had Moro. You could see an aggressive and good defense from the side of CSA. To handle the base 1 cap, they had to go aggressive for the forest, so that's what they did. A bit of a misplay from Combat here, letting his teammate pick and not picking himself, but they took down Profus. They were forcing then Tropical to actually either leave the cap and deal with those tanks, either push past, so that was a good play. You could see the cap got very close, but at the end of the day CSA got the decaps, and when you actually got the decaps and those positions from the side of CSA, you end up in a very good position. You could see Froll here with the lucky fire on White Rock with HE, CSA in the leading position there, and it was really hard for Tropical to find a solution later on.
And yeah, basically here you can see just the positions favoring CSA, also the HP, but it's mainly that all of those white CSA tanks, they're surrounding the yellow ones of Tropical Cyclone, and then they're just dropping one by one just the superior amount of guns at this time, just bringing it home. And yeah, when a Batchat can overpeak a super conk like this without getting punished too hard, then you just know it's all over. Alright, that was the beginning of the comeback here for CSA. We just see Smiley getting finished off, but yeah, this round, you can't make it closer.
I was really concerned when I saw that move from Sigo. I was like, that's over. That's a 3-1. We're gonna move on to the finals. Sigo just completely YOLOing here to try to catch Panuka, but sadly his teammates were not really in position to cover that. Like Xavi, Combat, they were not in position to shoot the Tihunda. Later on, they had lucky blind shots and they managed to kill Panuka to Saka, Leto, and Kosro, I think, with the 277s that got the connections. Later on, they had the cap, so they were forcing Tropical to go for that push, but they were covering it pretty well. As you could see, a lot of damage. They managed to take Smiley down in his Crown Wagon. Itox overcommitting here. He got stuck later on, and it was a very, very long and close game. But on the end, CSA, after that kind of misplay with this Tihunda, they managed to stay alive in this game, and they were taking the tanks one by one. There were trades everywhere, and that was really close.
And yeah, let's see if we get this last situation here with the double Batchat. First of all, we see the trades here. Sakalito in a bit of a bad spot, because basically his front is angled downwards, and then the IS-4 with the heat can just pen the top of the turret, so that's how that kill happened. Then Combat dying off cam, but basically at this point in time, CSA down a gun, but somehow they're managing to pick up one of the tanks. Suddenly it's a 3v3, and CSA still with the HP advantage, able to basically close the distance without taking a lot of damage. And now this is RNG basically at its finest. Haka is gonna take the shot advantage here on Zavistar, but because his rep kit is on cooldown, because the Kranwagen earlier damaged his engine, he cannot repair his turret and thus cannot kill Zavistar because he had the initial shot advantage.
That's crazy. That's crazy. RNG, that is. I guess if he didn't get his turret this round there, he would have that one. And next up, we had the Ghost Town round, the last round. There's like an initial good aggression from the side of CSA, establishing map control and forcing Tropical into coming into the straights that they want because they have the crossfire from the 1-2 lines. Tropical, initially the trades were okay. There's only 5 minutes left up here, so they could maybe hold longer, but they were scared about those tanks taking control over the 1 line. So they went for some aggression, but it kind of worked into CS's favor.
And yeah, here you just see the bulk of the Tropical tanks basically getting crossfired from everywhere. Zavistar, they're making nice hold down for Lukin and the S-Bomb to possibly do 1 or 2 more shots. Itox obviously trying to deny this, but basically I felt like at this point no tank from CSA was really out of the fight, because even the 277 from above was able to provide covering fire, and then just the repush from CSA coming in. And you see Haka, Smiley, White Rock, they're all getting diverted towards Froley, but that means that they cannot help here, and now CSA just, you know, ending it beautifully here. Finally some cohesion from the Czech guys showing up after...
Yeah, you had Cosmo from the backlines constantly shooting with his CS. He ended up on more than 5k damage. He was the one also finishing the game for his team. Really good job by him. He had a 2v1 situation, Panuka against Cosmo and Sakalito. CSA logically going for the cap to force Panuka to come close. There are only like 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left up here. But at the end of the day, Cosmo taking the 1v1, HP advantage.
Yeah, and also
1v1 if you don't count Saka, but yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, Panuka still has to even take 1 more shot to finish off Sakalito, so the HP advantage swinging even further in favor of Cosmo, and both of them basically playing it perfectly. They're not bouncing a single shot, so yeah, sad Kaizu noises, I guess, seeing this one, but yeah, Cosmo with a carry here to bring CSA into the rematch against Invil. And yeah, I see all of our predictions, I believe, going in favor of Invil so far. I picked a 5-2. I was, I guess, a bit optimistic when seeing your 5-1. I mean, it is a best of 9 that we're about to see, so first of 5 rounds. Yeah, Ducky not taking prisoners, 5-0 from him. We're just waiting for Mojo's one. But yeah, what's your take gonna be? Do you think CSA expended all their tactics trying to get to the final straight? Did they hold something back? Do you think Invil expended all their tactics and now they don't have anything left?
That's gonna be really hard. Honestly, like Invil, they had time to chill, watch the match, recover, prepare their stuff. On the side of CSA, it's the 3rd match in a row, so they have to bring something that is almost magical, you know, something they didn't train, something they don't know. It's like, if you have any bit of genius, that's Nagas. You have to show it, you have to give your best, you have to try to surprise us and surprise your opponent, because if you don't, I am scared that's going to be looking like the other match we already saw in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the lineups, there is no player called Magical on CSA's roster. I believe he was in a different team. And yeah, we once again see the Polish guys against the Czech lineup here, Invil against CSA. I don't think we need any further introductions for the players here, really, or for those teams. Just like we don't need any further introductions for the casting duo, the ingenious Ducky and the ever so resourceful Mojo. Let's take it away.
Yes, Gihan, thank you very much for that introduction there. Mojo, we're in the finals, a rematch of the upper bracket finals, Invil against CSA. Last time around, Invil absolutely wiped the floor with CSA.
It was a definite 0 with no hostages or anything taken in regard, like total one-sided battle. But CSA may be a bit morale boosted now coming after this predicament they had against Tropical, man. Like being down to being flanked from the tournament with a complete 0 today, coming in victorious and actually playing a final match of the tournament. Like, come on. It's a good place to be.
Yeah, overcoming Tropical, match point, coming back, winning the tiebreaker. Definitely a little bit of momentum going there. If they can pick up the first 1 or 2 rounds against Invil, that would be the ideal situation.
Well, I guess that's why you gave them a 0 chance to take any game. I don't know, like after the previous showcase, how they played against Invil, I don't think they can make it more than 1 or 2 games. But as in the previous, there is a lot of ground for them to show us a different story. The setup of Invil, we've seen play tournaments so far: Cat's Eye, Sokar, Piotrix, C3, Go Next, Panzer Fury, like Yuzek and Rexar. So these guys so far played super stable and won their matches, not every time with super ease, because we've seen that Murovanka against Tropical, but with certainty.
With certainty, indeed. And then the CSA all Czech team, obviously, coming in here. Now, Mojo, I think everybody, including probably most people in chat, will be predicting for the side of Invil, let's be honest.
That's true, and I think all of us went for that again. But look where it got us in the last game, so there is always that 1% of chance, or 5% or 10% that something different will happen. Like, we will see. Maybe it's all part of the master plan of CSA. Wahahaha. Okay, never mind that.
The master plan of CSA? You think they, like, lost on purpose?
4-0 just for the show, and then 2-0 in the next one. Yeah, about that.
That would be, like, some epic content extension, not gonna lie.
And that was an epic third jamming on Murovanka also.
That third jam? Hacker had it, dude. He's gonna be like disappointed as hell that yeah.
But that's why you have tournaments, all kind of shenanigans happens, man. That's what the entertainment is. Well, for the viewers at least, not always for the players.
Tundra first, Mines second, No Steps or Muro. Prokhorovka! We're gonna see at least one round of it for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, guys, this is a best of 9. So first to 5 games. Even in worst case scenario that one of the teams is stomping the other and wins 2 per game, you have to see Prokhorovka as a third map. So there is a chance we will see a full Prokhorovka today. 8 minutes at least of it. Tundra and Mines for start. Tundra being a CSA pick, I mean, there is not that much you can ban anymore. Anyways. So they opened up with a map that probably everyone knows the least.
Maybe they want to surprise Invil on it, you know? Maybe they have good experiences on it.
Well, there's not much that CSA can lose now. I mean, I don't know what kind of stress they have prepared. The Ghost Town, what they did, I really liked. That was like a good opening, an interesting one. And they counted on how people position their tanks by default to defend. So that paid off handsomely. Let's see, maybe they have something interesting for Tundra also. We've seen some nice openings on Tundra, like Tropical did a good game as example, with the push and all. Like, we'll see, maybe CSA has something to show also.
We'll have to see also. It's not just about what CSA has to show, what does Invil bring on Tundra. Maybe they have figured out the secret, the key to Tundra. Maybe they're like, okay, that's fine, we're happy that they picked Tundra. Let's go, we're prepared for it.
Well, it remains to be seen when the teams are finally ready and they pick the tanks, because it's going to tell us a lot how fast they want to actually play it. Do they want to play pressure or some aggressive setup for immediate rotations? As far as we watched so far from Tundra, I kind of don't see how will players just play it all slow. You need to take at least one side aggressive. Like some anchor positions, yeah, but you kind of have to dominate something.
Yeah, Tundra always kind of plays out the same way, right? Even if teams take initial positions, it's usually a 6 or 7-man push on one of the two sides. So mainly the north side has been assaulted by almost every single team. We have not really seen any straight aggression to the south cap whatsoever.
Well, we've seen rotations that involve like some aggression from the north and a massive push from toward the center, as example, if you remember, yesterday. That was a theme like in a couple of the games. But since yesterday and after miserable losses of doing so, teams retracted to just pushing the north all the time. There are variations how it was done. Shooting also was different in the games. But all in all, it does look like a better solution. But this is a final game, and maybe one of these two teams has something to show us that will teach us differently.
Or they just go for 7-man fights and they're like, you know what, it's just the way it is. We'll just go for the fight, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't.
Well, usually Invil doesn't have that many threats. They usually recycle them a bit toward the end of the tournament. I mean, so we'll see.
That's what they say every tournament. You know, every tournament when they lose, we were out of strats. Anyways.
Well, they won the last one.
I'm talking about, like, you know, bigger formats also. At least that was the thing that I heard last 2 times.
Okay, but last 7-7 they won, although they were losing and they were down in pits, let's say it like that. They actually turned out victorious at the end, and they've proven that they can actually do it, that they've grown as a team. Every format speaks for itself. Like 7-on-7 is completely different than 15-on-15, so you cannot really compare them in that regard. Even if it's played by the same players, you can see a huge difference. Like, we can take as example Raid. Raid plays 15-on-15 as a team very seriously, and they take it seriously. They like to play it. This, they probably play it more, I don't know, for fun or just to try, because their strats show it that they don't really go deep into this kind of games. Like, on other hand, like Invil invested obviously a lot of time in this, and they're showing some strats, they're showing knowledge, they're showing knowledge how to rotate on the game with 2 caps, how to position, how to create crossfires. So you can make a lot of variations on strats like that.
Who's attacking first, Wedro? Do you know?
It would be CSA.
CSA attacking first on Tundra in the grand finals of the WoT7 predictions. Again, everybody's biased towards Invil, and everybody's thinking that Invil is going to win it hard. Maximum given to them is 2 rounds to CSA.
Let's go, Saka, put the beer down and say challenge accepted and prove us all wrong. Please. It's gonna make a day for a lot of people, I guess, especially the ones from the Czech Republic. Anyways, opening sequence CSA against Invil, attacking round CSA. Let's roll them out and see what they have prepared for us already.
What do they have in terms of lineups? We've seen E5s, we've seen S-Gongs, we've seen 113s, 277s, we've seen even a team bring 2 CSs and a BAT and an STB. Mixed results, especially with the last lineup. But
and we have a separate class of tanks, Rishek, you know.
True. CSA is going for the 60 TP. And Invil is also going for the 60 TP. I don't remember seeing one of those so far.
I haven't seen one of those in an entire tournament so far. There we go, Polska, da. So, where are they gonna put the 60 TPs, man? Like, on the anchor position in the center of the map, obviously.
Yeah, that 60 TP does have a ton of HP, 3010 HP, but field mods and the HP equipment, that's nasty. It's hard to dig through.
But it's amazing that both of the teams actually for this game chose to play a 60 TP while no one before even picked it. This is such coincidences. It's like having like those lights previously as example on Mur and so on. But never mind that now. There is a slow approach by Froly. He wants to take this hold-on approach against his brother in arms, Piotrix, and they're gonna face off against each other on the middle of the map. Only Rexar in Bachat is monitoring the upper side of the map. There is complete zero presence from Invil there.
Yeah, and CSA does seem to be rotating towards that a little bit. Froly here and Piotrix. Do they even go for this? Do they really want to trade against one another? It doesn't seem like it. Piotrix is completely content with just sitting there, proxying out Froly and just having a little stare off.
CS playing actually really strategical. They are not taking any kind of baits anywhere. They have a lot of tanks ready to support each other, but in a distance. They are counting that their enemy will not be focused on super push anywhere, but even if they do, they'll have to pay a price because of so many open areas. Rex are peeking here and taking one for the team. HP module on that Bachat. We were talking about that yesterday, if you remember. And a lot of guys are opting for it simply because like Bachat is so easy to kill and pen, man.
Yeah, well, think about it. You know, about just purely against like a 277. You know, if you're 1800 HP, Mojo, in risk of dying, it's less likely to happen, but it's possible. But with that extra HP, it's nice. It's also nice against 400 alpha guns, 1980. If they roll slightly below average, you survive 5 shots.
It sounds about right. Well, Piotrix took 1, Froley took 1, so it's not a big deal at the moment. Almost 3 minutes we are in the game. Now comes the first rotation from CSA. Combat and Cosmo are gathering and going through the water, but what will be their agenda? I actually really want to see it. Like, Invil is taking this really laid back. They have a lot of position closer to the 2 cap, so they actually are giving the 1 cap more or less for free, and they are ready to counterattack it.
Yeah, the 1 cap so far does seem to be pretty exposed here for the side of Invil. Even Piotrix backing off a little bit, but now deciding to go back more forward. Looking is going to be joining Froley. You can see the double 277 in the middle, just waiting to be told by the leadership of CSA to move forward down that middle, but that needs to be well thought out though, because this Eskong, the BAT, the VZ, and the E5, they're all able to support each other really soon.
Can they cap in 1 cap without being reseted by 60 TP? Or without 60 TP receiving gazillion of damage for the pleasure?
I don't think they can really commit a guy onto the 1 cap. It's completely open. There's like 0 cover. Like there's actually 0 cover.
Yeah, I understand, but you still need to come somewhere to shoot them, So it's all about trade. Like, can you put a guy in, and can you trade more HP than you receive it? Rex are taking another shot of damage. Now he's on half. Combat and Cosmo coming, actually not spotted below. That's what I was about to say, man. Like, 60 TP will be kind of in a sandwich here.
Yeah, now in the meantime, Froley and Lukin should be pressuring Piotrix as well. Piotrix doing the smart move, which is trying to drive as far forward as possible, but that exposes him to a different angle, which is the Kran angle. Cosmo now desperately trying to get that shot, and he does connect it on towards the back of Piotrix. Combat missing his though. Piotrix might be able to get 1 more shot out. No, he actually doesn't connect that one. It's going to be Froley to make the first kill here in the grand finals on towards Piotrix. Rexar in the meantime down towards 572 HP as well. And Cat's-Eye there in his Eskong, you could say kind of isolated as well, Mojo.
And this is actually looking so far so good for CSA. They're taking it slow and steady, but they are actually winning the trades all over the map. Let's see what will Cat's-Eye now do. Like, he's surrounded by Saka and Sigo, while the rest of the CSA tanks are more balled up around the center to cut off anyone who can possibly help them. They're actually just giving up on him.
In the meantime, Xavi Star is also completely isolated and abandoned by his CSA comrades. He is down towards 600 HP, but he is keeping 2 tanks busy, and this is going to mean that CSA, in the meantime, is making the move. They know that 2 of the tanks here are locked for the side of Invil. Xavi even making Rexar a 1-shot. Rexar picks that up, though, in return HP in the favor of Invil, but just 4 guns remaining as they have lost Sokar in between those buildings in the VZ.
Yeah, of those, very important is that Rexar is still alive. Like, Xavi tried to make sure to take him down with him, but it just didn't happen. Froley taking a big one, and he loses Amorek, but he manages to repair it. Now, Bachat, can he clip him not spotted? I don't think so. Bachat needs to be very careful not to die, but everyone is under pressure from his team. Lukin is crossing, and he's going toward Senti. Combat is also, but Panzer Fury is now arriving, and he will be in their side.
And here comes the Kranwagen. He misses 2 shots so far onto Senti, but Senti is just surrounded by the guns from CSA. 1 from behind, 2 from the front, and now he's trying to retaliate on towards the Kran. He does get a good connection there. Panzer Fury in the meantime is pushing on towards Cosmo to keep his buddy Senti and the E5 alive as long as possible. In return, Sigo not connecting on towards Senti, so flunking that shot there, keeping the E5 alive for a little bit longer. But again, now Combat's going to make his move. Combat does consolidate on the kill, and it's 2 guns left standing for the side of Invil. Rexar goes down, and Like is going to be the last one standing, and that is going to be CSA coming into the grand finals and going to be making it 1-0 actually.
Let's go, CSA. We all voted against you, but this is still amazing to see. Okay, most of our predicaments are still in the game. Yoris down the toilet.
Every CSA tank was a 1-shot, by the way. Maximum HP they had was 446.
Yeah, but they did a really good approach on attack. It was a slow paced, it was well thought and well executed. This is a completely different CSA to what we've seen in previous games. Like, can they maintain this pace? Can Invil allow them to maintain this pace, or Invil will try to put in a higher gear and play faster? That's the question which we need to see.
Yeah. Let's see the damage though. Lukin having a good performance there with 4.2. Piotrik's only getting one shot off in the 60 TP. Only one.
Yeah, he was really well farmed by everyone.
But even then, you would imagine him to do at least 2 shells, no?
Still 6 guys surviving for CSA. That's amazing job in this attack. 4,000 damage plus for Lukin, followed by 3k by Saki. It was like really nice. That's like
Combat has 2k plus as well, like all of them except for Xavi. But Xavi was keeping 2 guys busy.
He was literally just like keeping them away from the other team so they can't do anything. And if he maybe even plays slightly more careful, he could have even ran away or just taken like the butt shot with him.
Yeah.
Like I saw in that one moment, he wanted to do the shot of damage and then he wanted to maybe pick him up to die 1-for-1. But still, he did his job.
Good for CSA. Really good for CSA.
It was really good opening, like, and it's a warning shot for Invil that they will need to take care of what they're doing. Now they will be playing their own attack on Tundra, which so far was harder thing to do, but we will see. Like, there is always teams that can prove us wrong.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of attack wins, though, actually, as well.
Yeah, but like we've seen so many mistakes, man, by defenders, you know?
That
like
too.
Personal mistakes we're talking about, not like some big tactical, like a lot of personal mistakes. But this was like a decent defense that had nothing extraordinary, and it was a decent and organized attack, one against another, and CSA was just on top. Like, we will see now what will do. What is their plan for this game?
What is their plan for this game? Well, Mojo lineups usually reveal a lot what is going to be happening here on Tundra, and this is a momentum roller coaster for CSA, from losing 6 rounds in a row to winning 3 consecutive rounds, 4 consecutive rounds actually.
They're on a roll, bro.
They are indeed on a roll. In Invil, 60 TP yet again, triple 113 and I7 Akrana and an S-Kunk, a little bit of everything. CSA with the perfect 2 of each, 2 277s, 2 S-Kunks and 2 VZs, and then Combat, because he has no friends in the CSA team, gets to play the Batra.
He's on a Bachat stool at the end of the map. As many teams before them, the CSA is taking this 2-line with a lot of tanks, because you can snipe both left and right from there. 277, they opted for a 277 to stand on that B3 position. Why 277 and not, as example, E5? It doesn't look like CSA trusts in E5 at all.
Maybe they just don't believe in the tank.
I mean, we've seen so many teams perform really well on E5s, but CSA, I don't remember them picking them once, ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a little bit of personal preference, right? A little bit. So if the team doesn't like it, then why not?
I mean, for that position up there, I would take rather E5 than 277. It kind of has like some cooldown DP and whatever. But who cares? CSAs are the one playing, and they are the ones playing final. So far, not much happening. Cosmo and Froli taking 1 shell each. Invil taking a slow-paced approach at the moment, similar like CSA last time. They're just trying to cover each other, being close enough so they can do any kind of crossfire. Piotrik's feeling out the terrain. Oh yeah, there is a guaranteed and expected guy in front of me. It's a Super Conqueror played by Sigo. So let's see, what will they do the next? What will be their follow-up here? This is just casual chase we're watching so far.
A lot of info has been given, though, to the side of Invil. They've seen a 277, they've seen a VZ as well, they've seen an S-Kong ×2, so the only things they're missing is 1 VZ, the BAT, and 1 more 277.
There is a slow reaction by Invil now. They are shifting their attention slowly from the lower of the side map of here. You can see an I7 like peeking and probing from that side. Senti doesn't see anyone yet, but you know, that's Butshot. He can outspot him by far. They're just trying to feel out where is everyone, I guess. But they're really committed toward this 2 cap at the moment. Like, rotation out will not be the easiest job at the moment.
No, and time is obviously always ticking a little bit as well. And Froli takes 700 from Piotrix. And so far, Invil has dished out 3 shells of damage. You know, 1 on Cosmo, 1 on Seago, and 1 big one. No, actually 2 big ones on Froley.
That was a big connection there, like considering, guys, that Froley is a tank who peeked from over here. But why did he peek so much that he can get shot by Piotrix? I do not know.
He was running away from the F2 position. So he was like trying to drive over that little hill, and his whole booty was hanging out.
All right, so he took one in the back for the team. Saka spotting Rexar, who is trying to approach him over the A line. He doesn't connect the shell, he doesn't pen at least, but he doesn't see any follow-up, so he's staying there to play one-on-one.
Omar gets spotted out in the meantime in the south though. So Invader seems to be taking some positions that they would like here and there. Saka now checking. Doesn't see anything else as of now. And that 113 position there is pretty strong. He's covered by Kran as well, so not really pushable.
No, like, and Saka definitely cannot afford to expose himself like that. I mean, he's a cornerstone of their defense from their upper side of the map. A prime spotter also. Like, if that's why he's constantly peeking, because he knows that this 113 can just be a distraction to sneak in more tanks behind when he's not watching. And if that happens, they can start falling like dominoes. He's very well of that. So he's gonna be making sure more to spot than to maybe pen Rexer. That would just be a, you know, cherry on top.
Nice connection there though, from Froley on towards Piotrix. Finally some damage being dealt towards Invil. I don't know how I feel about CSA being this pushed back on their side of the map. I think Invil even has cap number 2 open for free right now.
Well, they definitely played like that. Also, their tanks on upper side of the map cannot be pushed. While frankly speaking, the tanks on lower side from CSA will have a big problem when they want to push the 2 cap. There is not too many guys who can do that. Like, you have 277 from one line who's half HP, you have a budget. They're the ones who can peek from down, and everyone else needs to take damage, side damage from the super conk if they decide to do so. It's only a matter, like, does Invil want to actually do that? Because they have, for that kind of gameplay, they have at least one tank too many committed on upper side. At least one, yes. Like, one of the 113s should rotate back if they want to play it, but it does look like they're opting for other side of the map, no matter what you and me think.
Yeah, and this double VZ is still holding the angle on the crossing. But I think a little bit of the issue is that... Senti's crossing now. The VZs were just re-aiming somewhere else. Do they get the connections? Though they do. Senti down towards 1k. The timing there, a little unfortunate for the side of CSA. The VZs were like literally just turning when it happened.
Well, still a lot of damage down on Senti, and he's pretty much stuck there down on 1k HP. Piotrix playing more aggressive from his side, and there is a final push coming in. Ducky, look at the one line. 113s are gathering, and they're pushing towards Sakalito, who is holding that.
And they are pushing indeed towards Sakalito, who is even taking some damage from the side. Now Seago has to be dueling it out here against Piotrix. A big bounce, and Piotrix fancies himself a little bit of Seago right now. Seago is going to have to trade against that. Seago takes a big one in return, though the Invil tanks are just pushing on towards the position of Sakalito. And unlike the Fame tanks, they don't seem to be missing as many shells just yet, and they are actually able to close it out pretty clean. Saka gets behind that corner, but the trade for it is not really worth it. In return, Combat here is trying to make a do-or-die situation where he is basically dead, and now Invil with 7 guns against the mere 5 from CSA. Take it slow, take it steady, pressure, choke, CSA slowly to death.
CSA is falling apart now. I still believe that E5 would prove way better on that position because of how he can stand. Like, Saka was just glued on the rock, and they had really easy shots on him. Looking Froley and Xavi are playing the other side of the map now, trying to deal with Soccer. But now there will be a cat pressure coming in from Invil, plus the rest of the good guys who can just take the, I don't know, crossfire and hold down to make sure that these guys cannot return on time. 1 minute and 10 seconds until the end of the game. Actually, Invil must make sure that they don't come back to reset.
Yes, Avi is going to be forced to cross the bridge, but it's going to be a big old Panzer Fury. And that gap, it's not that wide. Panzer Fury here trying to block Xavi Star. He does succeed in this exact thing. Now, Xavi trying to get around it. He is not making this happy. He's not making this happen, as Froley is now coming into reset. But yeah, Froley no more. as Invil make it 1-1 in this grand final. So Tundra being split between the two. Invil, good recovery after the first round.
Yeah, it was really good. Also methodical gameplay by Invil, nothing too hasty, a lot of info gathered before they made the final push. We opted that they could do the different thing. I was also thinking if they do, and they don't have the enough tanks on the lower line, those Visas can just jump and trade, man, because they can just flush out like 2,000 while they're dropping down, and then they can reload at least one of them and keep shooting, you know? So that's not a battle that Invil wanted to take. They saw weakness where Sakalito was, that there is not enough tanks to cover him, and that 277 would be easier to deal with. So only one shot of damage for Saka when it was point blank, otherwise he was just completely annihilated on the same position we saw previously played by E5, which was held way better.
Yeah,
against a larger number of tanks.
The question is also, Mojo, was the E5 just better, or was the shooting from the tanks that were pushing there just worse?
Well, we cannot know.
I mean, it was pretty obvious. I feel there's a lot of misses there.
Hey, maybe E5 superior tank, you know?
Yeah, magical force field around it that deflects shells from hitting it.
You know, massive armor and stuff.
Now, Mainz, though, last time around between these two was a clean sweep, a perfect pickup for the side of Invil with a 2-0.
I'm just interesting to see, like, will actually CSA try to pick E5 in any of the future games, because it was used widely on Mainz also, compared to 277s who are way less flexible in some roles.
Yeah, indeed. Now, how does CSA... Who's defending first?
Defender would be Invil.
Okay, so how does CSA approach this attack? In an attack and against the defense that Invil has done before? I don't think Invil is really going to transition away from that, because it worked for them.
It works really well so far. Like, they were preventing the 1-2 push with the snipers who went aggressive. But also we must think about one thing. Invil was doing that when they thought there is a danger of push of 1-2. Like, CSA doesn't have to play like that.
Well, what does CSA do to break the back here of Invil on Mainz defense? Picking up this round.
Seven forces for YOLO. Let's go.
Yes, a mouse shield.
FETD in the back to cover. So 6+1.
SRV on the cap on the east. Actually, some team did that, I remember.
Yeah, that actually happened.
Yeah, it actually worked. We shouldn't joke with that. Well, the lineups will say, again, what kind of defense we can expect. Invil liking this mainly center-focused defense that allows them to quickly retake the hill if you go 1-2, allows them to also do more damage if you're going on the hill, because, you know, they had an E5, an I7, and a VZ, so that's like 2k damage right there if you try and take the hill, if they all connect, of course.
Well, Invil was really good at those initial shots. I just need to see, like, when the CSA was so far usually opting to do something fast over that island, toward the mid, and this time around they didn't give up, man. Look at this, 4 113s and 3 CSs. I mean, this setup is not made for a long game. It's simply not made for a long game.
And CSA in the beginning is going middle. They have decided middle is the place to be. And the 113s are going straight to the east, Mojo. They don't even care. They're not even waiting.
It's a yalla all the way. So Invil will not see them on this side. T100 will give them additional info, probably even progress maybe on 1-2 line a bit. But they know the jig is up. 3 CS is on the top. No one following on the hill. Very important part on info. They will be monitoring the 1 cap now. Let's see what are the reactions. I believe the VZ is already aiming there. Although Mr. Spectator is following this E5, he should be really watching what the 113s are doing.
I can see the 113s move through the 9 line. Maybe they'll try the Fame approach, you know, driving those 113s straight to HA. But if it's going to work, that's another question, Mojo.
I mean, Invil has a really good crossfire for everything, man. This is super hard. Like, you mean like they will try to put one guy in a cap and then rush with 3 right after?
Yeah, maybe something like that. Or they're just going to go for the straight rush, basically.
Well, it's a straight rush option, so we already have them on the roll. They're trying to cross. The first damage coming in on Froley as usual, because he's in the first line looking, being followed by half HP. Oh, never mind. 3/4 of HP.
Yeah, looking, they're not having a good time whatsoever. And now the cap is not started, actually. Finally gets started by Sakalito. Sigo here together with Lukin trying to play behind the house, but Lukin is definitely down and out in that one. Maybe it was the 113 too much, as he is not going to have a good time there. And Sigo is not having a good time either, as they lose not one, but two 113s for this trade. You could say maybe that was not what they would expect would be happening here, Mojo. Because the push got halted and the positions from Invil didn't change. And that's a nice shot there from Panzer Fury as well, coming out on towards Froley. Froley not connecting in return. You can see even Panzer Fury didn't destroy the fence, and he's using it as a little bit of a shield against those heat shells from 113s.
Well, at the moment, Panzer Fury is doing what he's doing best the entire tournament. He's sniping the hell of them. CSA is pretty much stuck. I mean, this plan looked wrong from the very start to me, and it doesn't look any better now. Now there is a counter push coming in from Invil. They want to dominate the hill with the rest of their heavies. There will be some crossfire from the CSs, but these heavies are by far superior in close combat.
Yeah, Sokar, they're trying to make his clip on that VZ. He does get one on towards that CS. In the meantime, the northern CS, which is Cosmo, is forced to drop it from the hill. They are going to go pick up Sokar in return, which is the correct response here. So they pick up Sokar. Combat is now running away from the hill, but before he does that, he's going to take one more from Rexar on the way out. And CSA tried something fast-paced, but it got stopped. It got halted as soon as it began.
Now even T100 is on the hunt. Ketsai is chasing them around the map. It's only Cosmo and Xavi remaining in the match. Senti, will he survive this slide down? Oh, he's on 500 HP from full, so it's okay. Still alive.
Still alive, and yeah, well, CSA starting off strong in the first round, but the next two are all Invil. Yes, HP looks close, but it really... they had full control from the beginning.
Like this was a total one-sided game. Like CSA just decided to go for some kind of quick attempt and play next. If it doesn't work, more like play next. I mean, I really don't see how can this work against a team of a caliber of Invil, who didn't even change their defense at all. All right, that's done. CSA's attack. We will be watching them now on defense side. Maybe they will change themselves upon learning from the previous mistakes, because we've seen Invil already play twice from the water side. Can they dare to play a third time? And if they do, can CSA stop them?
I mean, it depends. If CSA picks a light, I think Invil will do something else probably, because he gets the resets from the side that whenever he wants to, without really being contested. They can't really turn towards him either. Yeah, I think it depends.
Can you catch and shoot the light while he's crossing on his position?
No, he has too much camo.
So there is no way for a light from attacking side, because you don't have EBRs, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to catch him. Unless I'm tripping, of course, which I don't think.
Okay, the higher power of Mr. Insane just said you cannot spot or counter him.
I already said that. I already said that.
But he's the higher authority, man.
Higher authority.
Yes.
Okay, if you say so. I have never submitted to these kind of rules or obligations. I have never written my name on a contract either that says that. So, anyways, CSs you can catch, but your CS going straight, yeah, you can catch a CS. But T100, nah. So yeah, I guess if Invil sees a T100, they'll probably change their attack around, right? I think a lot of the times when they're doing it now, it's just because the enemy team allows them to do this, really.
Well, that gives us a lot of info, this conversation now have, like why are some teams doing something and why not. So as Daki said, probably if they see they have a light, they will just like abort their initial strat from the very get-go. But Invil must have a different kind of plan also. I mean, they've been recycling the same attack twice. So is questionable. Like, do they have the third kind of attack for same lineup of tanks, or they're just gonna do something completely different just for the finals? I mean, CSA really has to take care of that water. They've been like really decimated there, but what will Invil do is more interesting now.
Let's see their lineup and then see if they are opting for a similar one that they had before on Mainz. Invil doesn't look any different to me, Mojo. CS, Triple 115, S-Kong, Double VZ, and look, CSA brought the light tank.
CSA actually has a 50B and a light. That's very interesting. It's not something you see that often on this map.
And you can see Invil, when they see the light, they decide 1-2 line is not the way forward, so they are gonna go towards the middle to begin with.
Xavi tried to connect a quick shot on the CS63 of a like, but that just didn't happen. He's saving the second one in case someone else comes. So there is a huge pressure by Invil on the hill. They are taking it for free, more or less. There is only one heavy on one line to keep a presence, I would say. So let's see Panzer Fury climbing up with his conk. Actually, Xavi saving a shell exactly for him, not even bothered by shooting anyone else.
Oh, Xavi here on this crossing is going to take some damage. Xavi is going to take a lot of damage. That is the pressure from the S-Kunk on the hill, who could freely peek him. Yeah, there's a way to peek that guy, and Xavi knows that he has to run, and he takes a lot for it. He could have taken more even.
I would say, like, if he had to make a gamble and do it straight away, this was the better time to do it, right? Like, he should not hesitate with that. So Xavi does a good decision. Yes, he lost half HP, but Daki explained you guys why he did it. Because Panzer Fury from this position could farm him really easy, rather easy. But what I'm interested is example, if Panzer Fury is farming here, if he falls down on the lower part of the beach, he would be safe there, right? So why didn't he do that?
Then you're kind of stuck. You're kind of stuck below the corner on G3, and you cannot go back up it because they have 1-2 line. So then you're just kind of stuck there for the rest of the game. I feel like I guess CSA rather has him in a position where he can cover against 9-0, as they don't consider 1-2 as much of a threat anymore with the T100 and CS.
So this is why, guys, he sacrificed so much HP, and it was a logical response. Why did he even go in the first place on that position? That is like, if the guys are trying to pressure 1-2 line, you really need people there who will actually do the first spot even before the T100 light, and they will do that massive damage on the crossers or on anyone trying to go up the field. So technically he gave one shell to Panzer Fury, but he took like 2 back for the pressure, right?
Yeah, I don't think you should have even shot the first shell on the CS unless it was a 100% hit. It's almost better to keep your shells and wait for them to go on the hill and do your 1k, you know?
Mm-hmm.
CSA is lacking a spot here, by the way, which they currently don't have. If Invil was to drive from 7-8 line, they would be spotted 2.5 meters in front of the E100. And they're finally putting an S-Kong back there, because it's one of the spots you actually need to have as well, because some teams push from D7, D8, and if you're not seeing that, they're literally appearing out of nowhere.
The question is now, will Invil even want to play that side? Like, will they blind shoot that position? If you blind shoot it, are you giving up on too much surprise or possible info? Can you even connect the conks properly? If they peek too much, you should be able to, but if they're playing proper cooldown, there is virtually no way to do anything to them.
Saka there taking some blind fire from the heavies from Invil, realizing that he might be in that bush. No, sorry, not Saka, Sigo. They both start with an S, so easily confused. One connection on towards him though. I mean, 3 damage.
We've seen previously how Invil played that position. He even didn't bother staying on H2, their light. He was actually in the water all the way down on J1 and spotting from there, if you remember. So there was virtually no blind shots coming his way.
Big rotations though. You can see another 113 spotted on C8, moving towards 1-2 line. I think this is Santi baiting, by the way, with the 113. Baiting that he's running away, and then they're gonna push 1-2 after.
Yeah, it looks like that. Like, by the gathering of the tanks, it really looks like they're gonna do that. I mean, I don't see them pushing the center. That's absolute suicide. That's like a complete death zone. I've never seen an attack of the guys who actually come downhill like this win. Virtually everyone from CSA team can shoot there for free. So that's not happening. It's simply not happening. The only thing like we can see what people do, and they rely a bit on RNG, is that they push down this line here. They hope they're not gonna receive that much of damage, like not lose too many tanks, and to try to clear out Seago and Cosmo in T100 Light and 63, and by doing so lock away CSA from that part of the map and then approach them and choke them to death.
And start the cap immediately as well with the VZs, and now
3 minutes.
1-2 pushes come, and Rexar is going to be the first one there in his 113. Rexar on fire. Rexar down towards a one-shot. He is going to survive momentarily, but he will be soon to fall. He might get behind the rock. You can see the Flamestar as well, and another fire. This time on Senti in his 113. RNG here not favoring the likes of Invil so far, as now the 113s are pushing down. Ketsai still has HP, but look at the VZs. They're also pushing 3-line. They want to take out the T100. They want to take out the CS, but the 50B, I think he's reloaded by now, and now Piotrik's taking a lot of damage. Piotrik's down towards a one-shot. Combat is having a field day as well. Piotrik's on 7 HP at the grace of RNG, but in the meantime, 1-2, as you can see, it's not the place to be, as Invil lose everything on this 1-2 line push, and Combat, he might die for it, but Sokar is not going to fare much better, and in the meantime, Froly is on a happy journey on the map of Mines. He's currently in D6. Expect him to arrive the middle with a slight delay of about 2 minutes, which we apologize greatly for to all our passengers.
Well, Invil pretty much on brink of defeat here, but that will just bring an equalizer. 5000 HP remaining in a game. He finally picks up Zavistar, so there is still 4 guys of Invil in the play, but what can their final moves be? They cannot cap. They're really not in position to deal with any of the CSA tanks. They're outgunned, outnumbered. So Panzer Fury trying to do some damage, but look at this fat, juicy, Froly tank, full HP and farming him like a boss.
Yeah, I don't think this is a 1v1 that Froly loses against an S-Gong. Panzer Fury pushing forward, he might get one shot, but then Froly picks it up, leaves Sokar and Like to their own devices, and free pickings for the boys from CSA. And I think Combat actually did a ton of damage in this match. I don't know why, but I feel like it.
Alrighty, like all of prognosis from most of us are down the toilet where they should belong for disrespecting CSA so much. I think there is one guy still in a play, I believe. That would be, oh my god, you know who.
I don't know.
Guess once.
Phil X.
It's definitely not him because he's not counted for, and it's definitely not me because I flunked my.
You're saying that Phil doesn't count? That's just disrespectful.
That's actual reality when it's only 4 of us counted. So Keyhand being only one still in a play with 5-2 possible prediction for Invil. But CSA, the way they play it so far, can just throw all of our prediction to the junkyard because that's where they belong lately, and maybe prove us completely wrong in every regard. Very close games, but slow play of Invil didn't help here. So they managed to pass that lower cap attack twice against the teams who were not prepared for it. But now when it came that they have to invent something else.
Yeah, good stuff there from the side of CSA. Picking up their win and Combat 4.5k on this 50B. Not bad whatsoever.
You can see by damage, like virtually no idea by Invil how to solve this.
Yeah, I mean that 1-2 push, Murder, you know, it's a little bit, it depends, you know, how many times do we get tracked on the crossing of the 1-2?
It's RNG, man.
How many times do we get tracked? How many fires do we get? The answer was 2 fires and like 3 tracks on the Rexar, so...
I think the 50B being on that position was really pain in the butt for them because there was always that one guy who can just do 4 consecutive shots. And anyone who gets tracked there, he's really screwed. Like, yeah, he's really screwed.
And they wanted to send the VCs in to help with the 1-2 push because they didn't feel like they were winning it. But the timing was off because Combat was already reloaded at that time. He was already coming off of reload again and put another clip into their sights. So that means we'll see Prokhorovka for at least 2 rounds. No, we will. Yeah, we'll see it for 2 rounds. That's
we'll
correct.
See for sure 2 rounds.
And we'll see Ghost Town.
Yeah, we'll see Ghost Town minimum 1. The current score, guys, is 2-2. Invil coming from the winner bracket, CSA clawing their way up from the loser bracket, but keeping their ground this time. So doing really well, something that we expected them way earlier in the tournament, but we lost faith in them after that like miserable streak of losses they had of 6-0. But still, they're alive, they're kicking, and they're still in the play.
Yeah. Now, Prokhorovka, it's the first time we've seen it. We don't really know what to expect between these two teams because there's not really any reference material to fall back on from what they did so far in this tournament because it simply wasn't played.
It was not a single game played. Often this map is really avoided for multiple reasons because it can be camped, a lot of bushes and areas to cover. So we will see now what kind of play they wanna make. I think this kind of playground is actually a bit better for Invil than for CSA. Because when you wanna put a threat out of the blue, I think it works a bit better for them. So far they had more to show in that regard.
Yeah. So you think Invil has the superior position here?
I think they have advantage in that regard that they prepared more for this tournament. It looks like that. But it also looks like when they run out of ideas and try to recycle of something that's already seen, CSA now knows how to put a check on that. But they, as you said, they have no reference point now. So they have to play their own game. And their own initial games against Invil previously didn't work at all.
No, did not work at all whatsoever. And Prokhorovka now coming in. CSA 5A I7 CS triple S-Kunk and a T100 Invil double CS triple S-Kunk double I7. Very heavy from both sides.
Yeah, but CSA is actually doing an attack with a light. That's actually quite interesting to see. While Invil is opting just like to have for spotters, they are using like CSs and that's it. And also look at this, like Like has 2000 HP on his CS, so he doesn't have an HP module. Yeah, he's having something else.
Yes, he doesn't believe in the HP module, but he does believe in the high rolls. 479 coming out there on towards Cosmo. And now there's also a CS that has taken the hole in F2. That is going to be Getsai, trying to connect into Cosmo, and here come the Invil tanks, man. Here they come, they're cresting the middle. Lukin is the first to get picked on. 786 taken. Piltrix wants to fancy some more peaks. Lukin now getting peeked on continuously. These S-Kunks are not about to leave the middle anytime soon, as Lukin is going to be the first one getting dropped by the side of the CSA. Invil is now backing off slightly from the middle. Sigo harassing from the side. Like wants to retaliate. He does with a big connection. And these S-Kunks are still peeking. They're still trying to make the damage. And CSA has two tanks in 1-2 line. And like, I think he gets another track here on towards Sigo. And Sigo cannot win this 1v1.
Sigo is in deep trouble there because he's fighting actual tier 10 medium now. He's ending up, he's not panning as he's ending up a possible one shot. On the other side, it doesn't look even better for CSA because they lost 3 guys in total. Sigo just falling as we are speaking. Cosmo trying to hide behind the corpse of his teammate, but it's not gonna happen. It's gonna be a follow-up. Invil is just gonna charge down any moment now to sweep him up and then to go on for his teammates. Yep. Cosmo is down. Now Cosmo seems to be next on a chopping board together with Froley in that I7. Merciless Invil in this game just goes for the brawl and wins it by far.
Yeah, you can see there the number of the guns that were involved in this fight. Yes, CSA had all of them shooting, but Invil had all of them sharing HP, had all of them peeking, had all of them being able to focus fire one by one. You saw those triple S-Kunks in the middle from CSA. Combat was basically full HP when his two comrades, Lukin and Zafi, were basically dead because they were just able to get that focus fire out so well. And then you saw the limitations of the T100 come in as well, right, Mojo? T100 against CS.
Yeah, T100 is, that's why I said like it was a big gamble on this map, because one of the oldest threats on Prokhorovka when you play 7-on-7 is actually exactly this, and the guys who played Gold League in CSA should know it well. Like especially when they saw there is a light in a CSA setup, I think that was the main trigger for Invil to go middle to the brawl. Also, I'm really interested in what was the last module for that CS that Like had. But I guess actually, we will never know. He did 4.5k damage, man.
You know what, Mojo?
Did he have turbo or something?
It might just be either stamps or optics, by the way, because I'll try and think about it, right? I'll try and think about it. Slow tanks like Eskong's crossing the rails to go for cap number 2. Maybe doesn't have enough view range without it, but I think he should. But anyways, he was going to the bush next to the rail to try and spot. Maybe he needed optics to make sure he spots the heavies crossing, so they know if it's a base 2 play, so they can move back to the rails. That's, I guess.
It could be, but also like here is okay. Maybe he just had a good spawn, and you cannot rely on only one guy having a coating because he can be spawned wrongly.
You know, they just. You know, they have two.
He could have just had turbo, man.
They had 2 CSs. They have 2 CSs, Mojo. So the one with the best spawn puts optics. He just changes his equipment to optics instead. You know, but
yeah, because you can have 2 sets of gear.
With the 2 sets of gears.
That's actually quite handy and doable on tournaments now. It's really dodgy also because you can differentiate like the people's role based on the spawn. That's actually a really big addition to the game by field mechanics.
You can also
like really big.
You can also tell sometimes with certain tanks HP if they're using turbo or other stuff, especially like, not that it matters in this tournament, but 279. Like so if they have 2530 HP, they have turbo, and that means they're maybe going hell. Otherwise they have to. It's interesting, all the configuration changes, and the double configuration is actually really nice, like really nice to have. So you could see maybe it was a factor in play here, the double configuration. But in general, it's just really nice to have.
Well, really good game by Invil here, dominant and confident in a brawl. They showed us that. Now they will be playing their attack side and CSA will be playing the defense. So as I said, like when you play a game out of the blue, it does look like Invil is doing it better than CSA because they look more confident in that first game.
Indeed, and they weren't afraid of taking the fight either, and CSA kind of half committed to the fight.
Yeah, they had a light, they had 2 guys in the back. When you're in the back, you do those shells, but a lot of them don't connect also, because it's distance.
You either commit to the fight fully or, you know.
Or this. Well, 3-2 for Invil. The teams are now switching the side guys. It's the final match of the tournament, as you already know. And we will be watching CSA on their defense. They play 4 Super Kongs, a Butchat, a Light again, and a CS. And they're very persistent about it.
Invil with the triple I7 double Kong and double CS.
Triple I7, man.
You saw that river in the map video? That's where you can find your local ID player most of the time. In the water. Outside of that, Invil is going all east, and it's going to take... This is such rough for CSA, man. Like, they'll get 3 guys on the cap before CSA even realize really what's happening.
They should know what's going on by now. They should really know what's going on by now, and they should be turning any second because Invil is nowhere to be found, bros. You are going in a miserable death like that.
Look, watch out. Look at it. They are boosting the CSs, by the way, and I think like is just personal preference because he doesn't have HP now anyways.
He could be just playing with turbo, man.
More likely stabs then.
But no, he would have like a rammer, vert, and turbo.
Rammer, vert, and turbo. Yeah. I mean, turbo's kind of standard. I mean, some people really despise the CS gun, so maybe stabs. He's like, I don't care about the extra HP, but Invil's taking a complete eastern control over the map in a very quick succession, very quick fashion. And are they grouping up to make a play here? Look at them.
It does look like so, but will they do it? Yeah, they're not pressuring the cap at all. So they're gonna jump on Super Konk on upper side. Yep, it's a trade up. It's coming. And there, Senti and 5 more guys are pushing on Lukin and Combat.
Yeah, and Sokar is gonna be the lamb for the slaughter as he's pushing even behind the tanks of CSA, trying to deny them from having any crossfire. Ketsai and Like in the meantime banging on Froley's door, banging it in all together as Ketsai will be able to pick up the last one, and Sokar has survived an awful long amount of time, and now they managed to pick up Lukin as well, and now they want to pick up Combat, and then Invil is going to stabilize, and this is what they're doing now. They said, okay, we've got 3 CSA tanks, it was nice, thank you very much, let's start the cap.
Like, what does CSA do now? They have 4 tanks that are full HP, one of them being T100. But how do you even challenge them now? You need to come to the positions that are completely inferior. Also, you do not have all the time in the world to do it. The time is very limited. So you're gonna have to cut some corners. When you cut some corners, you need to lose some HP.
Yeah, and HP is not something CSA has to spare at this point. Cosmo is going to be having to go in. The Eskong doesn't make this, by the way. Saka does not make this. Xavi doesn't make this.
Cosmo's going to have to jump.
He's going to have to jump. He's going to have
It's going to be a glorious jump.
I don't even think Cosmo makes
Let's
this.
go, Cosmo. Fly like an eagle.
Cosmo going over the rails.
Fly like an eagle.
Taking 1.6. Cosmo needs to reset now. He's switching mode, and that is all she wrote. Now Invil pick up their 4th round, making it match point for them, and in a quick attack as well if it ever got to tiebreaker. Very important to take into account.
4-2. Keehan stands firm at the moment, and we will be watching the match point. What can we learn from this Prokhorovka before? Invil is much more confident in their fighting power than CSA because they're absolutely not avoiding it. Both of these games, they went with both strats from the get-go, looking for a fight, just making sure that the playground they fight on is the one they choose themselves.
Yeah, and again, Invil taking the engagement, picking where they want to make their stand, where they want to make their fight, and just overrunning the numbers of CSA, who are always split in some way. I mean, again, you know, it was Froley, Combat, and Lukin at the rails, and the rest.
CSA was just trying to do something standard, man, but you can't play standard against these guys. Like, they're like, okay, they're gonna trigger the cap, we're gonna casually approach, play cooldown against them. They're like, yeah, like, we're gonna wait for that. You know?
Yeah, Invil had no intentions of actually waiting for the cap and give CSA time to.
So decision making for Invil for playing aggressive strats like this is just on another level. This is just great. But CSA, on the other hand, even after not seeing them on that side of the map, so far spread out. They simply can't help each other that much. Like, they're too focused. That's it. Also, that light that gives you a decent spot and everything is a total burden when it comes to fight. It's a total burden. I don't know, like when you play this 7-on-7, unless you really want to use light for some gimmick, it really looks way more viable to just have another medium like CS or something like that.
Well, we'll have to see what CSA can bring for us on Ghost Town, as you know, they're down for 2.
Well, it goes for them. They played Ghost Town last time really well. It goes for them. And they're playing defense now. So they're not playing attack they played last time. They're playing defense. They've shown us, even in this match, if you allow them a period of time, they can actually make a viable strat. Like, they won attack, as example, on Tundra. It was well done. And we've seen them also play Ghost Town previously in attack. It was also well done. And now they're doing the defense. So there is still a slither of the chance for them. But Invil also has something to say about that, right?
Invil might have something to say about that. I mean, we're talking about CSA, you know, winning next rounds to go to tiebreaker and then win the tournament, while Invil only needs 1 round. They have 3 opportunities for it. They have 2 match points in the tiebreaker, which they are already guaranteed to close out this series. So they have a little bit of room for error. A famous FC once said, Mojo, we're 3-0 up against Fame. We can afford to lose one, and then lost 4-3. So maybe Invil shouldn't leave too much room for error.
Yeah, Invil is also one of the teams who knew how to throw a tournament in the last moment, but I believe they learned since then, man. I really believe they learned since then. Like, let's see, they're playing a really fast setup here. This is not something you can slow play like CSA did. There is virtually no cooldown tanks or anything. This is just like just pure brawl of power and push material.
You can see CSA having this double VZ and double Eskong. The VZs already peeking on towards those tanks from Invil driving in, and Panzer Fury, he will have known that they were there. He takes a lot of damage down towards 934. In the meantime, the 113's flanking for the side of Invil, actually through the northern side. What are they trying to go for here? What are they trying to pick up? It's looking to be Xavi's style, but so far so good here. Xavi actually able to readjust actually back into safety, and they still have to deal with the double S-Wing behind as Combat puts one into Panzer Fury. Another one will take him out of the game. And now what does Invil do? Can they pick up Panzer Fury? Can they keep him alive? It's very important. And now the Invil tanks migrating like a group of buffaloes through the Sahara and losing HP every step of the way. Now moving towards those S-Wings, where now Froley and Combat have backed off, drawing them into another crossfire, and this is not working out for Invil yet again, and maybe they'll turn around and go for the VZs yet again, but no, Froley does seem to be permatracked, does seem to be held, but can they pick him up? They do. Rexar is going to take some beating for that though. Repair kits expended everywhere, and now a CS from the side, that's Cosmo as well, laying down the hurt, and CSA seem to have learned what Invil might be doing with this lineup, and are absolutely rousing them right now. They're actually completely dominating.
I have no idea even how is Invil still alive. They have 4000 HP remaining, but CSA with a 9 is coming into the play. Sigo picks up Senti on the outskirts of the battlefield. That leaves only cornered tanks of Invil that will just like start falling like dominoes now. Panzer Fury like and Soccer getting pressured. Sakalito drops Panzer Fury, Compa drops like, and that leaves Soccer completely alone to be farmed here. I have no idea what the hell was this, man. Did they hope to catch CSA just with their pants down on some corner? Because this looked like a shooting gallery, you know, you have these ducks going and people shoot and they get fluffy toys if they shoot them enough.
Yeah, I mean, Invil bringing the same lineup as they played before on Ghost Town, but a different strategy. Maybe hoping to catch out some CSA tanks, but the double VZ and the double S-Wing both on time to punish that initial aggression.
If you play that tactics that way, I mean, it would be straightforward way best if you do same as Fame did, just like follow up. Should be better, you know? Like, yeah, focus all 7 tanks on one spot, man, and delete as many tanks you can.
Mm-hmm. And push on towards the S-Kongs, kill them, then continue, kill the 115s, and then hope that you end up in a favorable situation.
Like, this was just, let's receive 5000 damage before we fire a shell. That was this game.
Easy.
I mean, there is nothing much to watch about the damage of the guys. It's just like, who had good enough position, he did enough damage for CSA.
Those 2 S-Kongs and 2 VZs up front obviously had the best time, because they were the ones closest to the action, and that makes it 4-3. I mean, you know, we said Invil has a little bit of
slow but steady.
We said Invil has a little bit of room for error, but
that error just shrunk.
Yeah, that margin is closing ever so slightly.
Well, they have one more before tiebreaker, right? If you want to make it for a dramatic ending, like CSA had this entire tournament, like tiebreaker on Cliff would be the best place, right? So let's see, can actually CSA repeat the success from the previous Ghost Round attack they had against Tropical? Can they do a good job on Invil also? Is Invil actually triggered enough by this? Like, I know like 2 games are a lot of advantage, but this just smelled like a feed before it even started. From the moment I saw how they're driving, I was like, no.
You're saying you would right click on their name and then inaction report for inaction/bot?
That was not inaction. They were driving.
Bots
participating in a game.
Feeding. Intentionally feeding.
There is no griefing in this game, right? You can't report for that.
Yeah, you can. Physics abuse. That's griefing, technically, no? Wouldn't that be considered griefing? You know, pushing out a teammate? You know, like, for example, Mojo, you were playing a ranked battle.
You mean unsmart sportsmanship behavior, behavior stuff?
Mojo, for example, you're playing a ranked battle on El Haluf, and some 907 is trying to steal your chevron, and you push him out. That would be unsportsmanlike, right?
I guess, but these guys were trying to fight, just not in a great way.
True. Now, Ghost Town coming in as our second round here. And Invil is going to be defending for S-Kongs, Abat, and W100. And again, CSA's 277, triple S-Kong, VZ, Bat, and a CS.
I'm not sure about the setup of Invil. They're giving a lot of playing ground to CSA at the moment. CSA is playing the same setup as far as I remember as the last time. And with this they can have a lot of control of the map, while Invil has a lot of slow tanks with a lot of HP and so on, but a lot of slow tanks nevertheless. If they lose the flanks of the map, how will they deal with the CSA tanks? And the rotation is definitely out of the question. They can just rotate, you know, to a guy 2 meters away from him. Lasaka is using that immediately, playing straight from the center and knowing they're not fast enough to do diddly about it, man. So there you go. Cap pressure right from the bat.
Yeah, but is this really something Invil's gonna really care about? Because Ketsai seems
Let
to
us see when they peak.
Well, Ketsai seems to fancy himself a little bit of Sakalito, and this initial aggression into the cap is turning into minus 1,100 HP into the face of Sakalito. And yeah, the trades are coming back, but they ignite ontowards Sigo. He's burning, and CSA does not need this in this kind of game. They are trying to keep Sakalito alive, but as he is on a 2-shot, Senti could simply take the damage, receive it, and then in return they kill Sakalito. Sakalito no down towards a 1-shot. Sakalito no down and out, actually, all together. And Invil up a tank and up 2,000 HP.
And the tank, and the tank. Okay, the plan from the get-go was we put Sakalito in and we shoot so amazingly that they lose the entire tank when they peak. Well, that didn't happen. There was a lot of non-penetrating shots coming on those fat bastards, and now Invil can take a breather because CSA is the one who needs to think what to do. Still, this is not a done game yet. There is 6 minutes. Their tanks have good health of the CSA, and they still have way better rotation potential than Invil, minus that budget, of course.
Yeah, but -1 gun. You want to look to bring yourself to tiebreaker. I mean, the bot on the A line, he's gonna find a well, we call that a full HP Esco most of the time. Also called 2 clips or imminent death.
And also this time around, he doesn't have a 277 to push to help him out with anything like that. So that would have to be like a CS63 playing together with him. Expensive knowledge for a budget who now actually has to deal with that. The forces on Invil pulling back away from the cap.
No, I think they're just switching positions because Like is low HP.
Alright, so he's rotating with the Rexer. And there we go, a slight rotation by Invil. They know they have like match currently really well in their hands, and that they, of course, with this setup are not going to explore the depths of Ghost Town. Sporadic damage coming in here, mainly toward the CSA, but nothing significant going on. So it's time for a final plan of CSA, whatever it is, because they have time for this last rotation, and after that it has to be a fight. So all of the forces are shifting their attention toward the upper cap. I guess Bachat and CS are gonna try to pressure toward the Super Conk. If they drop him, they will have a good crossfire with their teammates because there is no Bachat covering him there. He's spotting the lower side, the Invil's Bachat. So if they manage to drop this Conk and possibly in some universe even keep both of these tanks in the play, they're sending even a VZ to assist with that. So that's their main play. If they manage to do that, there is a chance for them. There is still a chance for them. They just need to make it on time, because time is definitely their enemy.
Approaching this Escon gun spotted is hard. Nearly impossible, actually.
They should be spotted from the city, because Panzer Fury is not spotting himself.
Yeah, I mean,
like, will there be enough damage? Like, Rexar should do 1 shot of damage, but will there be anyone else able to shoot? That's a different story.
Rexar will spot him at A5, and they are spotted now. Cosmo takes the first one. Takes the first connection there on towards his tank, and now Combat is going to be the next one down towards the 2-shot. And you see Cosmo, it takes time for him to switch this mode, and Combat's still alive though, so success in this regard. In return though, Panzer Fury now getting focused out down towards 650. If they can,
it's a good check. It's a good check. It's a good check.
Blow up. The blow up from Combat, saving his life. Even Panzer Fury goes down. The cap has started. CSA now know that there might be an immediate rotation, immediate counterplay coming out here from the side of Invil. They're backing off with their S-Kongs behind D7. Hey, it's possible, man. It could still happen.
It could still happen. We have 10,000 of CSA against the 11, almost 12 of Invil in a brute force, sending a botshot on that A4 position to brawl those two mediums. Technically, he does have enough potential to deal with both of them if he manages to take the botshot first. On other hand, like, Invil has to throw the dice, they need to go in on CSA, and they need to go hard.
Yeah, Invil has 1 minute separating them between a defeat right now as the base capture is going on. Lukin and Froley here kind of stuck in a really hard position to play, you could say. Lukin even forced forward, so Froley has the room to play with that he wants to. Lukin getting Amorak, but still a repair kit available. That's good for him. Still an HP lead for the side of Invil, and Lukin is just trading here. Luckily enough for him, Senti not connecting that shell. Rexar now pushing forward, knowing that he has the advantage over this Eskunk, and there comes a nice shot from Seago on towards Rexar. Now Froley is not really able to help this. Rexar is going to be picking it up, and now Xavi with his VZ wants to make a play on towards Rexar. Does he get the roll though? I think he might be reloading now. One more shot onto Rexar might do it. Xavi is trying to shield Seago as well as he can, but Sokar in the meantime coming in from the side is going to be closing out that kill. There now the bad shot and the CS, they are flanking. Froley needs to stay alive himself here as well, and now Xavi Star, he is off reload. He should be off reload. He connects one onto Senti. Senti needs to go down now. Nice track there, but in return there's only 3 tanks left standing. Make that 2 for the side of CSA, and Invil might have done just enough to actually close it out in regular time, as Cosmo is gonna bite the dust of Ghost Town as Sokar cleans him up, and that leaves Xavi Star as the star of this show, as he gets put in a 3-way situation that he's not gonna write home about, as 1-2 tanks are already pounding on him. It's gonna be Sokar to pick it up, and it's gonna be Invil making it 5-3, making them your WoT7 champions.
Well, guys, we finally got our champion of the tournament. At the end, it was well deserved. Invil, same as a previous tournament, so we have a double champion in a row now as Invil. So congratulations for them. CSA gave them a hard fight, much harder than it was expected when the day started. But here we are, disapproved by all the results. Like, we all guessed a winner, but no one won the guessed the result. And even this game, I believe, if maybe they didn't just throw that 277 in the fray immediately, if they played it differently and more careful, they actually had a really big winning potential if they played it slow, like when they play Ghost on previous time.
Yeah, that play there with Sakalito. The worst thing to have in front of you is W100. They have the HP to trade onto that guy. You know?
And they just didn't do enough damage on them when they peaked. They really didn't. Saka didn't pen a shell, and a couple of other guys also.
I mean, good stuff there from Invil though. They lost Panzer Fury, they then made the rotation and still were able to close it out. And good stuff from CSA before that, making it sure that A2 Panzer Fury died. And luckily enough, you know, Combat surviving even for that one. Could have gone different.
Could have done way different, but they managed to track that Superconk on high up position, so he couldn't lower himself to finish off the Bachat and combat. Also, I really think like CSA actually had a chance to win this. Also, their positioning while they were capping here with the tanks was a bit sloppy. If you remember from the old Gold League times, you usually position them so you can do a fast counterattack on one of the allies. But they were kind of spread apart and susceptible for a crossfire by enemy. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. The tournament is done. It's 5-3 at the end of the day for Invil. They are taking the big bucks. They are taking the tournament, and it's all from us.
Yeah, indeed.
Hello there, and welcome back to the analyst's desk. And yeah, quite some stuff to talk about, but first of all, from my side, and probably also from Insane, congratulations to the Polish team of Invil for what was, in the end, also, I would say, a deserved tournament victory for the WoT7 number 3. You can see the little star there beside the Invil name, indicating they did it in the end.
Yeah, we can say they were the stronger team for the tournament. They were proving that yesterday. They were proving that today also. They didn't lose a single round during this playoff. They were first of their group during the group stage, but as we said, the group stage are not everything. They have been playing well. That was a bit harder than expected against CSA, to be fair. We expected 5-1, 5-2 scores, but 5-3. CSA, not that bad. Better than the upper bracket finals, but at the end of the day, Invil just better, stronger, and the winners.
Yeah, and just the tactics, especially on Prokhorovka, just so convincing. No doubt about it, just going full on assault, never second-guessing themselves even. We're gonna hop into the replays in like a minute or so. But yeah, I also have to highlight that I didn't expect CSA to put up such a hard fight after we saw the upper bracket finals where Invil just, you know, looked unstoppable basically, and then CSA taking the first round on Tundra and looking good doing it. I think during or at the end of that round, CSA had 6 tanks left but only 1222 HP. So I guess good HP management there from their side in that round. But yeah, we'll see that soon. Other than that, already from my side, thanks a lot to Daki and Mojo for being the awesome casters that they are. Was very, very fun to watch. And also very fun to listen to, especially during those last games here today. And yeah, anything else you want to throw out before we hop into the replays, Insane?
Well, to be honest, if we just make the global sum up about that tournament, we had teams that we expected on the top that were definitely not here. We had Fame, that was a disappointment, to be honest. We had Tropical, they had a good show up on the first day of the first rounds, and then it was not great. We didn't expect CSA at the finals, so you congratulated Invil, but let's also congratulate CSA for being here in the finals and not just giving Invil that easy of a fight and getting like 3 rounds on the board. And we hope for the next tournament, if Fame is playing in, that they will be in a better shape. Also, we hope for Tropical to just stop actually winning, having match points and just throwing it all the way. But yeah, in general, that was a good tournament. Invil was just a better team, so they deserve to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, let's hope doing the Tropical, i.e. getting on match point and then losing, doesn't become an expression. But yeah, here we go with the replays.
So the first round, that was actually a good rotation for CSA. They took their time. They actually found the weakness on that Invil defense. So the weakness was Piotrix. You see those 2277 pushing under the bridge, finding the angles. Then you have 4 tanks on 160 TP. Just few time after, we'll see those double 277 taking their overmatch on the S-Kung from the side of Invil, and Invil at the same time trying to rotate with those tanks on the south, but not actually finding the solution there. So CSA, pretty convincing first round, and it was something we needed for them, which was to win the first round, to actually take the lead, because against Invil, if you start losing some rounds, it's getting really hard to get back.
Yeah, losing rounds is against Invil, well, against any team, but particularly Invil, obviously, is scary here, as you see the wrap-up here. And I want to mention how well CSA is actually managing their HP. You see, Lukin is the highest at the moment, yes, with 1050. Everyone else just on a one-shot.
Yeah, that was really great. Next game, next round, we had Invil doing a bit of the same. So as you could see, the tanks are super spread. That's very controlled. They're utilizing the 8 minutes they have to find the possible weakness in the CSA defense. They're starting to establish like the A5, A4 position. And later on, 2 minutes left, they're gonna make the push. Better shooting than Fame here, but that's a 277, not an E5, you have to mention that. Sakalito is gonna drop pretty fast up here, and Invil is just utilizing that overmatch on the north to take advantage in tanks, but also in HP. That was a great round from them, and a deserved victory on their attack.
Yeah, also Combat in that situation, I believe, praying that he should have gone somewhere else a lot quicker. Meanwhile, also Piotrix and Pan's Fury generating the overmatch on Seago, and all the other tanks from CSA not finding great effect. And now you have the triple cap going on. I mean, yeah, Invil needed to make that play basically since the time was sort of getting short. But yeah, Pan's Fury.
You even had like a good play from the SN from Sansi basing the complete CSA tanks to stay focused over the south and then the push on the north. So CSA was really not ready for that push, and that was probably one of the best possible plays Invil had.
Mm. And yeah, all of a sudden it was 1-1, pretty unexpected, and then Invil's defense on mines, it looked very, very crisp.
Well, we have seen a team already try to push like this, and that didn't work. And here we go then. Again, that happened exactly the same, almost like Invil always ready. They have the info. They even had the very early info with Keta and Stihunda taking over the 1-2 lines and just seeing, like, I think it was Frolly just running from those 1-2 lines. So all the time, CSA tried to do that. Now they try to do it straight. Invil, they were ready for it. They didn't hesitate. They're coming back. They're making damage. And you see those 1-on-3s. They don't have room to play up here. This crossfire from the base and under the hill is just amazing from the side of Invil, and they're just taking so much free damage. You could see 4k HP up, and the game is already kinda over, and there's almost no plays left outside of CSA.
Yeah, also what I wanted to mention personally is CSA sees that Invil has a T100. That one's most likely going to be on the island. The T100 didn't see anything there for quite some time, and then I think the ruse was up, right? Then Invil sort of knew what was going to happen, and everyone was ready for that 7-8 line push, where everyone was able to shoot the 113s. Meanwhile, the triple CS from CSA on the hill, they didn't really contribute, so in the end it came down to more guns shooting at less guns.
But next up we had CSA defense, and they finally broke that T-Huna. That's actually a good thing for that, and that was good because it worked against Silver this time. They had a bit of lucky shooting on that cross in the one line, you have to admit, a bit of fires, but that's what you can hope for. And to be fair, it was really well played from the side of CSA to adapt and change what they were playing all the time. As you could see, Invil, they were trying to force those 1-2-3 lines pushes to take out Sigo and Cosmo, but it didn't work well. You had Combat here in his 50B that did massive amount of damage. You have even the Hyundai, as Daki mentioned, that had a nice time going all the way around the hill, but you can just watch the HP. It talks for himself, double.
And yeah, also there were 2 fires onto Invil on the 1-2 line, but I don't really feel like they would have changed a great deal. Yeah, those are just the dying moments of this game, basically. Froley finally arrived with a slight delay, but yeah, better late than never. He arrives to the party, and then at that point in time, CSA firmly wrapping up their own mines defense. And yeah, that 50B, a pretty good shooting from him. Then again, it probably was like a shooting gallery.
And that was where Invil is simply the better and the stronger team. Look at that massive overmatch they're taking on Prokhorovka. Like 7 tanks on the middle of the map, massive focus fire from their side. Like Sigo trying to do his best with his T-Hunda, but in those type of regards, the T-Hunda is not the greatest. Like, you like firepower, is getting 1v1 by the CS, and that play from Invil, all of those things peaking at the same time, focusing fire on the same tank and taking them out, that was just great and very strong from them. That's what you can expect from Invil. You even see them playing that way in 15-15, those aggressive initial tactics that worked really well, and CSA had no answers.
Yes, indeed. I mean, sometimes the easiest solutions are the best ones, right? If you see the enemy has 1 combat tank less, then you can just peek the middle and try focus firing, and most likely, if your players are the quality of Invil, you will win. Also, the 5A in the back, yes, it has better DPM than a 277, but taking a 5A for sniping, yeah. But yeah, then the unnecessary violence, the unnecessary Emmerich in the end, just there to finish off the game in style, I guess. Every Chinese heavy tank prone to Emmerich damage, as we all know.
That was a very clean 7-0 from the side of Invil. And next, they wanted more. They wanted to win that match, so they went for a straight aggression around that base too. And when they saw the opportunity, when they saw that split from CSA, they expected them to have possibly tanks over the 1-2 lines, taking all the map control, possibly trying to take the race control. They took their 7 tanks and they went for what's the easiest but possibly the most complicated things to do if you want to do it well, the overmatch. Look at this, it's simply 7 tanks picking together, spreading their HP. You have only Sokar that is pushing. Technically he's not forced to do that, he should probably pick share his HP, and whenever he gets low HP, go back, but that's actually well executed from the side of Invil. They're just taking those 3 tanks that are close out, and then they just have to go back to the cap.
Yeah, also take a look at the tanks from CSA that are gonna snipe. It's gonna be a 1 S-Conk, 1 Batcher, 1 CS, 1 T100 possibly. And what are they shooting at? It's basically IS-7s. And for anyone that has ever tried to snipe IS-7s in those tanks, it's not easy.
Exactly. That was perfect from the side of Invil because they knew the timing, how it works. They knew that those tanks from CSA would be out of the fight, and even if they would be close enough to deal the damage, they had those IS-7s, like you said, they had the HP, they had the better combat lineup, and that's what they won.
Yeah, and
next up, we had Ghost Town. goes down. You could see this initial push from the side of Invil. Pretty surprising, the 1-3 and the double VZ going all the way around. And CSA was actually ready for that, and they played pretty well and pretty consistent on the defense. They didn't let Invil catch really any tanks off guard. They traded well for it.
Yeah, I mean, the double VZ peeking there onto the cap, just 1k damage from each. And as you mentioned, the 113's out of the game for Invil, and the problem for Invil here really was that they weren't able to convert upon this initial push during the reloads of the VZs. I mean, it is like 20 seconds, so normally you should be able to take them out. They weren't able to. Here, Lukin gets to do his second clip of damage, then Invil trying to go around to go towards the Super Conquerors to maybe attack them, and yes, they have the overmatch regarding guns, but that is 2 full HP meaty Super Conquerors. Froley not so much anymore, but he was at the start of the engagements, and just when they were almost able to take out one of the S-Kongs, the BZs are just there again to do the repush onto the cap. Sakalito even with a nice flank to take out the one-shots, and Invil, who were on a match point, suddenly looked defeatable again, but yeah, it was not to be, as we're about to see the next and what was the last round of the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. What a good play from those Ihuna. They didn't care about what is capable of sniping them. Look at them. They're so meaty. 3k HP each. So they're just gonna pick. They're gonna double tap Saka. You often see those 3 tanks on the cap, so they can at least fire back. But what is he capable of doing? He's solo against 2 meaty Ihuna. They have S-Kongs to try to cover, but those Ihunas, when they're gonna turn their turret, when their turrets are gonna be well angled, it's not gonna be that easy to penetrate these shots. And look at this, they're just gonna pick, finish him off. Later in the game, you had CSA with a good counterplay, trying to find Panzer III that was solo on that side of the map. That was a well executed play by them. You even got an Amarak up here. But then you could see Invil taking back control over the middle part of the map, but all of those buildings. They had the map control, they were forcing CSA to make only one possible play, cap the base 1, and then they were surely coming back into this round. They were closing up, taking all of those tanks down from the side of CSA. And as you could see, you had Cosmo and Combat arriving, but it was already too late. And Invil, with the convincingly defense, taking the match and the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just stellar stuff here from Invil all tournament long. This last match here actually was, I would say, the closest that Invil came to losing a match, but then again, it wasn't really close in the end. 5-2 the scoreline in the best of 9, and thus we have crowned ourselves the winner of the WoT7 number 3. It was Invil, great tournament to them, great tournament also to CSA. I didn't see them making it to the grand finals, but they proved us all wrong. Also, Insane, thanks a lot for being here with me to give some in-depth analysis on all the games. Also, in about 10 minutes for us, in about a few seconds for all of you, we will be rating Ducky, who was casting for you. His channel also has drops enabled, so if you weren't able to get all of it, then you will be able to on his channel. Insane, thanks a lot, and I'll leave the last words to you.
Well, thanks for having me here. I hope you guys had a really great time. I hope those games were really exciting. The finals were actually pretty good. And we're going to catch you on the next one.